皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は268日目です。Welcome back, folks. It is day 268. We concluded Unit 68, which was kind of like a smorgasbord of random interests, right? Interest is a really big topic, so largely we got to finally the plane form, the introduction of the plane form. And what better way to pair up lots of predicates with lots of their modifying objects, right? Or potential modifying objects. So, delaying, get right into our recall. We had a 1 day gap because I am deciding that we're not going to try to stack too many things because my stamina doesn't keep up stamina isn't keeping up. Maybe we'll go back to that format for a little bit and then come and take a little bit more spaced out approach. Right. さあ、行きましょう。Oh, 始めましょう。Okay. Let's see. Unit 8. Gotta warm up my hand a little here. Really shaky at the start. All right. Interest. Do predicate first. Iku. Iku. Kuru. Tokyo. Osaka. Haruku. Ugh. Oops. Koen. Hashiru. Michi. Oyogu. Umi. Miru. 映画。読む。漫画。歌を。声。ピアノ。Oh, I don't feel the same. It's consistent here. 行く。行く。ピアノ。書く。絵。投げる。野球。やる。ボール。大丈夫。下手。 Kozu. Abun. Ji. Dango. Omo. Okay. Write a note here. Omo. Anomu. Also some notes. Yeah. Normalizer, no. And da. Clause. We just sorted that out, more or less. All these predicates. Oh, I think it's probably better if I do it this way. It's fine. Ski. Anoshi. Oshi. Irai. All right. And we're keeping this unit. We're leaving this unit behind. Unit 67. Where were we in Unit 67? Right. Safe. Go. Debiro. 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 Yofuku. Iwagi. Uwagi. Not Iwagi. Uwagi. Awa. Sode. Nagasode. Nagai. Oh, that's kind of hard to see when it's moving like that. Interesting. Mijikai. Ansode. Chaku. On. Mai. To. Umi. Iru. Imono. Yukata. Shimeru. Shimeru. 帯ベルトネクタイはめる手袋指輪外す外すボタンgenerative no yeah a conjunctionいかが高いぴったりぴったり色赤い赤い赤い青い黄色い茶色紫白い黒い Miroi. Miroi. Oh. Miroi. Midori. Airo. Hey. Yep. Good enough for me. Not bad. Pretty quick. Within 30 minutes. Not too bad. Alright. New vocab day. We're going back to talking about classes. No box this time. Noto. Noto o. That's new. Noto take. Take. Oh, and we're continuing the plain form stuff with the nominalizer no. There's hai taisetsu, right? So the take. I mean, it could be kiru. Take.
ノートを取るのは大切です。
Oh, toru. Oh, that reminds me. I did not do sashin. Sashin and toru. The other toru.
ノートを取るのは大切です。
Yeah, that one's toru too. Oh, this might. Oh yeah. This is a different toru. Yeah, it's the bottom of toru for taking a picture. So toru. I didn't write toru in the review. So toru. This toru is related to this bottom radical here, which this is toru as well. Interesting. Toru. Okay, no to toru no wa taisetsu desu. It is important. Senchu no Nihongo no ne? Jugyo de. Interesting. Jugyo de. We're gonna say Kyodai. Kyodai. Oh, that could be Kyodai. It could be. Well, this one read for this is Kyo. Could be Kyodai. Kyodai o kakimashita. Let's see.
先週の日本語の授業で作文を書きました。
Oh, not even close. Sakubun. We tried. Alright, so that's a new read for... Actually, this is an entirely new character, Bun. I didn't want to default to Wen, which is Chinese. And then, Saku. Saku, is that close to... No, it's not. It's not. Chiou. Chu. Oh, it's kind of close to Chu. Saku. Hey. Oh, there. Otoki. That's kind of close. Obviously this is Wen and this is Chu. Like, oh no, not Chu. Oh yeah, Chu. Like, Chu Nian. Thanks, Otaku. So that's new to us.
先週の日本語の授業で作文を書きました。
Sakubun for essay. 作文を書きました。先週の日本語の授業で作文を書きました。Okay. Interesting. The rest is self-explanatory. Old vocabulary. Sakubun. I don't like it. Alright. So essay. What do we have here? 教科書の11ページをyes, 開いてください. Because we're using aku here. 開いて.
教科書の10ページを開いてください。
Oh, 開いて. Oh, wait, just kidding. Oh, wait.
教科書の10ページを開いてください。
Interesting. Different one. Huh. Okay. We'll have to look at the read later in the exercise. So it's hiraku. Oh. So we got a third one. Okay. So to open, okay, to open, business, bloom, to open, to undo, to unseal, to unpack. Okay. Wow. Open account, to open a file. Okay. So that's our third one on the list now. So we have aku ageru, and hiraku. It's interesting because the way it's displayed, hiraku, they're both kus. Like aku and hiraku are both kus, so they would be i into te, into te. So without knowing the vocabulary, wouldn't be able to discern which open that is until now. So hiraku. That's a new predicate for us. Watashi wa Maiban. Wait, can I say that? Maybe. That kind of looks like Maiban. There's Ban and Mai. Oh wait. Yes. Let's just assume that's Maiban. Maiban Skudai. It's probably Skudai. I haven't gotten Sku yet, but there's Dai for T, like, you know, like T as in problems in Chinese. So Skudai, and it says homework on the translation. We know the vocabulary for homework. So Skudai o yarimasu. Huh. Do. That's too non-specific. So we'll look at yaru for a moment. That kind of looks like yaru. Yaru, usually written in kana alone. To do, to undertake, to perform. Okay, yaru. To send, to dispatch, to... Oh no. That kind of overlaps with... It'll be in the lesson probably. How you would express a generic to do and compare the to do's. But yaru. I wonder if yaru, this type of yaru, is related to the aspect of yaruku. We'll see. Anyways. 私は毎晩宿題をやります。Okay. We have 図書館。図書館に本の Oh no, oh that's new too. We have forget. There's 割れました. Not 割れました. Oh 割れました. No, wait. Wasu で wasureru, wasureru, right? So wasuremashita. Wasuremashita and return. I don't not that return. We don't have that return. Let's see what it sounds like.
図書館に本を返すのを忘れました。
返すの忘れました。So, 返す。Okay. We're really fleshing out our predicates here. Let's see. Oh no, that's probably not what I heard.
図書館に本を返すのを忘れました。
Read out to hide. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, kairu. Wait. Ice? Here it is. Kaisu. So let me guess. Kairu is probably intransitive, and kaisu, this is probably the transitive version of return. Yes, this is most definitely okay. And not to be confused with the special kairu. So we didn't get the other kairu yet. The intransitive, but not the one referring to home. Okay. So, now I'm sure we're gonna see all three kairu possibly in this lesson too. So we'll probably see all three kairus, all three hira and variances, and probably a mix of overlapping for yaru as well. Maybe both kakus. There's so many overlap. We gotta practice them. All right, let's get into our lesson. 7. Oh no. All right, we're gonna have to take some. We're gonna have to write down some stuff here. I should break out a notepad actually. I think we're gonna go add like a literal notepad somewhere on the screen soon, because these are, we're gonna have to expand our way of note keeping for recording purposes.
取ります。
Okay. 取ります. Oh, and we're probably gonna get both torus as well. So 取ります. Okay. Take. 取ります.
取ります。取ります。取ります。下を見ないで。
So we have two versions of take with nuances. 下を見ない。見ないで。
下を見ないで。
Interesting. 下を見ないで. So, down. Look down. Don't look down. Interesting. Don't look down. That makes sense. It's interesting that, yeah, this is the one where you can do like 見ないで. So I guess this might be a grammar point where you it makes sense when you hear it. 下を見ないで. But it is definitely a different structure. Because one, you're not marking down as a direction here. So like 下に見ないで. It's 下を見ないで. And then で. Huh. Well, we'll write this down. This is a new thing. So, Interesting. Makes sense, but everything just makes sense there. However, you know, no concern for grammar or anything like that.
これを取って。
これを取って。Take this. That one makes sense. So I'm curious if minaide has something to do with conjugating it and then making it a command, right? The negation of the imperative. It's probably the negation of the imperative of miru, which we haven't been introduced formally, but it makes sense when you combine all the knowledge that we have. Right? And then this is これを取って. Yeah, take this.
ノートを見ないでください。
I think that's a good way to kind of verify my suspicions about the previous one. So noto, just notes. Notebook. Notebook, actually. Noto. Noto, I mean, it could be notes or
ノー
notebook.
ト
Noto, 見ないでください. Okay, that is a negative te. So, yes. Fair enough. So we have the negation. Interesting. This is a formal introduction. This is one of the first introductions of the negation. All right. Fair enough. That's our first grammar point. I guess I should write toru. So, toru. Predicates are not logged, so we gotta log every new predicate for the end of this session. Noto minaide kudasai. And let's see, it's miru, so then it becomes naide. Interesting. Noto minaide kudasai. Please don't look at the notebook. Fair enough. It's kind of like a classroom setting, like please don't look at your notes, right?
ノートを取るのは大切です。
ノートを取るのは大切です. Yeah, this is from our last unit. Using the nominalizer no on the action phrase, the verbal phrase, and then characterizing it with an adjective or something like a characterization marked by a topic marker like wa or ga, or an object marker. It could be an object marker. So it is important to take. Right? ノートを取るのは大切です。
お金を取らないでください。
お金を Interesting. 取らないでください. So how does this differ? We have 取る this time instead of 見る. Interesting. All right, let's mark that down too. So dang it. My typing is my typing is so underwhelming. Please. It just makes sense. Don't take the money. Don't take that. Please don't take that money. Please don't take. Please don't take money. That's fine. お金を取らないでください。
私のペンを取らないでください。
Okay.
私の
ペン
ペン
を
取ら
Yeah. So toru so oru becomes tora. Interesting. And then we have miru is mirai, is minai. So there is a chance right now. So toru is not an ichidan. It's a godan. And miru is an ichidan. So that so far it might separate along the same lines as the te form, right? It has some different things. Anyways, toranai de kudasai.
ください。
この授業ではノートを取らないでください。
Alright. この授業ではノートを取らないでください。Okay. Interesting. That's a weird saying, but please not take notes in this class. Okay. Alright.
難しい質問をしないでください。
Okay, so now they're adding an adjective just to spice it up a little. 難しい質問をしないでください。しないで Interesting. Shiru? If I'm following the patterns properly, that's Shiru. However, maybe not. It's written in kana. I was kind of expecting kanji. しない。Yeah, しないで。So that's probably not what I'm looking for. It can be any it could be I don't think that's it. I think it's probably that's an interesting Please don't ask difficult questions. So we got the 難しい質問, right? 質問の difficult questions. しないで might just end up being suru. And then they're interpreting it as asking. The ask the ask that I recently got in last unit was tanomu, to request and stuff, but this might actually end up being suru. Shiru, the other Shiru that I'm thinking of, has very little to do with asking. It's more like comprehending and knowing. So we'll chalk it up to suru for now. I mean, does suru fit this pattern? All right, we'll make a note of this too. So いないで shinaide. I'll leave that there.
夜はピアノを練習しないでください。
Oh, wait. Okay. That deals with knowing to some extent.
ピアノ？夜はピアノを練習しないでください。
Yoru wa.
Yoru.
Oh no, that's a suru. Yoru wa
は、
piano o shinaide kudasai. Yeah, that's a suru.
し、ないでください。
At night?
夜はピアノを練習しないでください。
Oh, piano renshu.
練習？夜はピアノを練習しないでください。
Yeah, so that's suru. That's suru. Thanks to the context clue of renshu, right? To practice. So they're double interpreting suru because of the context of questions. So, you know, good old flexible suru, right? So I'm guessing the other one was suru as well. So yoru wa piano renshu shinai de kudasai. Please don't practice the piano. Right?
新聞を取ってください。
新聞を取ってください。新聞. It's been a while, 新聞. And then in 新聞, it's a context clue for kiku. To listen, the second character. It's kind of my mnemonic for reminding kiku. Although, and you might be thinking, well, you kind of read 新聞, right? Or miru. But you can listen to the news. Kiku works. So that's kind of my like relation with remembering kiku. So, 取って. 取ってください. Interesting. So they're using the alternative. Yeah, alternative. Please get. So I guess me is good enough, right? The topic, the subject, quote unquote, the subject is implied because of A form. Please give me the newspaper. 新聞を取ってください。
まだ学校に行かないでください。
まだ学校に行か、oh, let's see. So that's iku. Iku becomes ika. Oh, all right. I'm starting. I get it now. Okay. That's actually kind of convenient so far. So now I know that so far the Ichidan end up just having a nai. However, so the Godan examples I have, you're converting the stem by converting it into an row and then adding nai. And then both of them have de instead of wait. Right? Both of them have de. Oh, actually, maybe all of them have de. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no. Was it shinaite? No, it's shinaide. There. Did I have an example in which it was te? I gotta pay attention to that. I wasn't paying too attention. So this is iku, right? Iku becomes ika. So ika naide. Makes sense. Do I need to keep this in mind? Yeah, let's write a note here so I can develop a pattern myself. So we have tora, right? Tora naide and iku naide. Or ika, sorry, not iku. Ika naide. Okay. So mada. Please don't yet. I guess this is yet. Mada. because of the negation. Please don't go to the gakko. Wait. We just talked about this in English. You know what? I'm kind of curious if they accept go to the school or go to school. I'm actually kind of curious if they accept the school. They should, because go to school, go to the school, go to a school are all flexible. But you know what? We're just gonna do it for fun. Please don't go to the school yet. Let's find out. Yeah, they accept it. Yeah, Hideyoshi brought this up when he was talking about watching Japanese streamers learn this phrase, go to school, and then there's like the drop in the article and not drop in the article. But in this case, whenever I say something like this, I would specify a very particular school that I'm thinking of. So I would use the word the by habit. But please don't go to school is probably the more common colloquial. Interesting. Mada mada desu. Please do not go to that store. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Only go to store is not the same as go to school. Which that's interesting. Like, you can't say go to store. You can kind of. I go to school. No, you need an article. For whatever reason, store needs an article and school doesn't. Because store, I mean, you can kind of make store into a concept. School is a concept, so you can kind of like omit the article. English. Okay. お店
お
お店
店
お店にお店でお店に行かないでください。
イカ、イカ、その
お店でそのお店に行かない
ない
で
で
ください。Okay. Please don't watch that movie yet.
まだ
まだその映画はねsure. That works too. I don't see a ga. I was looking for a ga. まだその映画は見ないでください。
見ないでください。
Okay, so far there are no tes, so there's no euphonic change in this thing. So maybe they're all des so far. I haven't noticed. Oh, what did you do? Oh, you put mada minai de. Okay, that's fair enough. Don't go to school yet. Uh,
まだ学校
学校まだ学校に行かないでください。So can I
まだ
plug this in here? Would you yell at me? No, you wouldn't yell at me. Interesting. And this example, they wanted it on the outside as opposed to all right, duo. All right.
カレンダー
カレンダーoldie
大きいカレンダーが欲しいです。
大きいカレンダーが欲しいです。Okay. I don't know what this is about. I'm not sure. There isn't anything new here. So besides reviewing calendar.
そうなんだ
Oh, hey. そうなんだ. Yeah, this is like one of those like untranslatable phrases, like so nuanced that it's kind of difficult to capture. But so nanda, I mean, is that so? Is fair enough. So nanda. Maybe I should write this down. Write this down too. One of those phrases. So nanda. Very, very flexible. Is that so? I mean, it makes, you know, this phrase also is highly highly nuanced too. Like if you're like, when you ever encounter these things like so nanda, it's like, what could that mean? Lots of things. If you say, is that so? Lots of things. I would be remiss. I would be very suspicious if someone says so nanda, and I wouldn't be like, I wonder what they mean. And then when someone says, is that so? What do they mean? Yeah, these are the phrases that context. It goes beyond the scope of the limit of Duolingo, especially these phrases. The other ones are not so bad. Like it has like specific objects, you can kind of paint it. This one is like, when are you gonna say, is that so? And so nanda. It's just everywhere. Interesting. So nanda. I guess that could be for me a alternative to the more formal so desu ka, or so desu, or so desu ne, right? I would say so desu ne would be a little bit more what I would use casually, and then so nanda, maybe if I know the person really, like if I am trying to be more casual, expressing something like, oh okay, or oh interesting, or yeah, I see that. Is that so? Right?
そうなんですか?
So nan desu ka? Oh, that, yeah, there it is.
そう
This is slightly more formal. So so nan, where the heck? So
Na
nan
desu
desu
ka?
ka? So now instead of saying da, right? Instead of saying
Ka.
da, you could like so nan desu, right? So now they
Desu.
swapped the
Ka.
speech, I suppose, the speech type, and then ask the question as well. I think I generally would
Desu.
use the formal if
Ka.
I'm asking a question, even to a personal, like to a friend or something, because I feel like asking a question is burdensome.
そうなんですか?
Yeah, so nan desu ka? Although des, so this has an emphasis too. It could be interpreted as an emphasis. Is that so? Yeah. Is that so versus is that so?
そうなんですよ。
So nan desu yo. Okay, yeah, they're just going through the different ways you can express it. It's so hard to. Yeah, that's right, sure. That's fine too. That's right could be like, that's right. You know, oh, that's right. That's right. Like it's so nan desu yo. Fair enough. Fair enough.
その文章はとても長いです。
that phrase is gonna take like pretty much your life, right? You're gonna use that phrase and then it's gonna end up meaning something. Those are those types of phrases, right? I think that's a very familiar feeling to any speaker of any language, that there are phrases like that, like, okay, you're just gonna have to fill it out at some point. Sono ne?
その文章はとても長いです。
Bunsho. I don't think I have sho before, but bun, we saw another example of bun later. Shokubun, right? Or something like shokubun.
その文章はとても長いです。
Bunsho wa totemo nagai desu. And it's related to like kind of schoolish work or paper stuff. Shokubun was essay, right? And this is a passage. I kind of like it. They're introducing 2 uses of bun, which bun also is when, and when is language. So we got some reinforcement tools. その文章
その文章はとても長いです。
その文章 actually, is there a hold? Yes, there is a hold. That sounded like two beats. その文章はとても長いです。Okay?
この文章を読んでください。この文章を
read?
読んでください。
Yeah, that's just the normal conjugation of yomu. Mu into and de.
その写真をコピーしていいですか？
その写真をコピーしていいですか? So いいですか is a flexible phrase for are you okay with it? Or are you okay with the thing that comes before it? And して right? コピーする。コピーしていいですか? Can I copy? I guess. Can I copy その写真を Can I copy that photo? Like, is it okay? いいですか? Is it okay to do the spelling before it? Although, I'm curious if they're gonna use a way with iku related things.
作文を書くのは大変です。
No, they didn't go there. There it is. Is it? Wait.
作文を書くのは大変です。
Okay, so not sokubun. Yeah, sakubun. So not sokubun. Sakubun を書くのは大変です。僕、今日は something okay しました。1マイル okay マイルで12分12分12分 Yeah, 12分 Oh, you know, I don't know the word. I don't know the read for seconds. Nice. 私の I'm guessing that is I can't quite see it, but I'm guessing that's slow. Happy? Maybe? You better be happy. You're number 1? Oh, that's Ichiban. Ichiban's hard to be in chat boxes. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Ganbareo. Right? Ganbaro. Sorry, ganbaro. So you ran. Okay, so what is that thing that I don't understand? Rikiso mashita. So it's a full phrase. Okay. Oh no. It's zen. Okay. Oh, okay. Zen and then riki. Interesting. Zen riki. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem like it's translating properly. But okay, so you ran as hard as you could today. Interesting. Very nice. You gotta start somewhere. Congrats on your mile. When was the last time you ran a mile? I do not know how to express that in Japanese. When was the last time? Maybe you can combine kyo kai. Maybe it's like kyo kai for last time. Or maybe it's different time. You could say like kyo ki nichi. You could use that. Yeah, I don't know how to express last time yet. Yeah. When's the last time? Mainichi. Oh, every day. That's not bad. This is the first time. This is you run a mile every day. Solid, solid. I've been like reducing my distance to like pick up some cadence recently. Actually, I've been getting up too late, so I've been cutting my runs shorter. So when I get up late, I run shorter miles. When I get up early, I run longer distance. Like faster, shorter distance if I get up late. If I get up early, I run longer distance. Whatever is convenient while the sun is still up. What was this again? Saku no kaku no wa taihen desu. Okay, that's fine. Over. I'm not sure if I like hearing myself say it is hard to write essays. I would probably say writing essays is hard. Which would be... Honestly, I feel like you could interpret that as writing essays is hard. Yeah. Or to write essay. Yeah. Oh, no. You would have to change. Oh, well, I mean, that is kind of a way to express the same thing. Okay. Huh.
書く。
Okay.
このノートをコピーしてください。
このノートをコピーしてください。Okay. このノート。Alright.
文。
30日前。日前は、橋は、interesting. 橋は、いました。Oh, 橋。Interesting. I'm not familiar with that type of construction either. £240 ありました。今は、ooh, congrats on dropping 15 pounds. That's all. I mean, not 15. Oh, wait, yeah, 15. That's a lot. Quite a lot. 5'7" this? 5'7" this. So if your build is fairly high at the upper limit for 5'7" is probably 160, you're getting really close. Keep it up, Valentine. I think the range for a lean build is probably for 5'7" is like 130, and then on the super high end, like really heavily built person, probably like 160. You're almost there, Valentine. Keep it up. Your previous message, I'm not quite sure if I understand. Are you saying you stopped running 30 days ago, or no, you started running 30 days ago? Yes, which makes sense. Yeah, hajimashita. So hashiru, maybe hashiru no wa hajimashita. Neat. Yeah, keep up. I'm 5'7" too. Honto desu ka? Watashi wa how do you say? Watashi mo desu. So something about strength again. So tai, yeah, I saw you use this the other day. Tairoku wa get better. So ageru, okay, bring up, maybe like ageru, yeah, ageru hoshii desu. So you want to bring up your strength. Okay, yes. Gambaro, right? Gambaro. Gambatte kudasai.
Run.
Well, I'm rooting for you. Bunsho. Oh.
文章
I don't know. Yeah, bunsho and what is it? Sakubun. Winto. Winto wa mainichi. Winto. Ueto. Ueto. Okay. Ueto wa mainichi. Mainichi noborimasu. Yeah, nobori. Noboru. So you climb weights every day? Oh, you lift weights every day. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Oh, interesting. Is Noboru. Does Noboru have lift? You ascend? Oh, they are climb. Yeah. I was a little suspicious. What do I think about when I think about lift weights? If I'm reading that properly, it's a katakana phrase, right? Something suru. It's I don't remember anymore at the moment. Arigato. Ima wa Rizaru wa Eru. Rizaru. It's so bad at egg. I'm so bad at reading katakana. Holy heck. What does that sound like? Result. Results? You can. Oh, okay, yeah. And then mieru is to see, or show mieru, something that's visible or discernible. So right now you can see the results. It's nice. It's nice to be able to see the results. Yeah, indeed. Do you keep a journal? Do you keep a journal of stuff? I think weight might end up being a little too there oftentimes measuring one's weight can be a little too granular at some point, where like at some point when your body, like your body fat goes down, your mass might not go down because you're also actively working. So sometimes you might actually, as you get closer to your target weight, or however your calories or intakes are balancing out, you might end up like your weight might not end up be changing, but all your other things, your other metrics will be changing. Like you might be getting stronger, faster, that kind of thing. So hopefully you're also having fun recording like your results and whatnot. Oftentimes, well, I'm pretty overweight for a long time, and you burn a crazy amount of body fat. Yeah. So what I mean is, at some point, like your body fat will shed, right, really, really quickly. However, then you measuring the weight, it's gonna be like sometimes it's gonna go up, sometimes it's gonna go down, right? But it's not that you're not getting more performance and whatnot. So sometimes keeping track of like your time, right, and how many miles you ran over the course of a time, and whatnot, how your activity levels are, those are like a lot more granular, so you can still keep yourself like have other feedback, motivation. Yeah, weight is a great place to start when you're recording. So you got a lot of extra skin now, which is kind of gross. As for a journal, you've been recording your run progress digitally as far as you like, pace and whatnot. Oh, that's lovely. Glad that you're taking advantage of technology. Yeah, technology is fantastic. Right. At the extra skin, yeah, that's going to happen. You know, that's the product of it. I'm glad to hear that you're taking it in strides. Have you, like, has this been like a recent development? I'm not sure if this is too personal, but is this like a recent development, or have you been like, physically fit, and like have you been like going back and forth, or is this is the first time you're like, it's time, we're traveling backwards? Like, is this your first fitness journey, or have you gone through like cycling, which some people, some part of their lives, like, yeah, they're really fit, and then they're like, oh, bad times, and then, back and forth? Or is this the first time you're doing everything? Yeah, stretch marks from when you first got quite big, and now I have more than from shrinking down, but that's totally fine. It's okay. I know this might be like a really big silver lining, but having those marks only remind you of how hard you're working to stay healthy. It's a history of your life, right? So in my opinion, it's almost empowering sometimes to know where you were. Not that it's not great to just not have marks, stretch marks and loose skin and whatnot, but just the idea that, well, they're a reminder, but you're not there anymore, right? Which is fantastic. This is the first time you're really plunging into it, okay? You've tried to go to the gym before, but you didn't take it seriously. I could say this is the first time you're seeing and feeling results. Oh, excellent. And you don't go to the gym now because you got weights at home because you keep getting sick, right? we talked about this. You were getting sick frequently from going to the gym. I feel that you might be able to return to the gym when you're, acclimated to not being exhausted. It'd be a wonderful thing that your immune system also improves over time. So like when you go out, maybe go to the university and stuff, when other people are sick, because flu season's around the corner, right? If not now. And hopefully with all your workout and your exercise and your healthier lifestyle, you might also see a potential to want to go back to the gym and might not come back sick. You wouldn't, yeah. That's kind of like one of the lovely things about holistically taking care of your body. Like I still hello Duo Lover. Interesting name. You bought your own dumbbell? Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, you bought your dumbbells, you run around, and then you're trying to like keep from getting sick. Right. Thanks, Duo. In layman's term, my arms no longer feel like sacks of mashed potatoes. There's something solid there with definition. It feels good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. It feels nice. I hope but definitely keep me posted on that. I like hearing fitness. You're playing Fortnite is low-key kind of sucks. Okay. Would you how about playing something else? It is like, are you trying out Fortnite or do you play Fortnite regularly? Duo. I feel like if it sucks, perhaps you should find something else that might be a little less sucky. Duo.
Manga?
Kimono?
Kimono. Are you interested in language learning? You only started playing yesterday? Oh, okay. Give it a little bit more time, you know? I'm sorry that your first impression is kind of sucky. Hopefully you decide maybe you like it or not and then move on to something else. As far as I know, you can just play Fortnite, right? It's like no commitment, no financial commitment or anything. You're just like, alright, I'm over it.
箱
Cool.
書く
Kaku.
カレンダー
Calendar. Yeah, Valentine. I'm happy. Let's yeah. Definitely keep me posted. I would love to talk more about fitness every once in a while. I think sharing fitness journey and getting affirmation is nice. You know, from anywhere. You don't have to do it alone emotionally, obviously. No more mashed potatoes, huh? I feel like my my arm is still a little bit mashed potato-y. Yeah, it's nice to write essays. Oh, it is hard to write essays. So,作文の書くのは大変です。As much as you love mashed potatoes, definitely lots of flab still there, but I think it's mostly just extra skin at this. Okay. Okay, so this is obviously the cosmetic, you know, like the cosmetic, like dermatology side of things can be a trap of, can be financial sinks. I have seen potentially like maybe it might end up being anecdotal results, but there are maybe inexpensive little things you can be curious about or look around to see what you can do if you're worried about like excess skin, like how to go about that. I'm not that well versed, but I am quite aware of that type of concern when one is progressively losing weight, right? And really only time will get rid of that for you. Nothing I can do about it that short of surgery. Yeah. Well, keep up the great work first, you know? Healthy body and mind, with a lack of a better phrase, healthy body and mind is skin deep, right? It's deeper than skin. Wait, how's that phrase even work? It's deeper than the skin. Oh there, Cozy. Oh there. I met an interesting Irish person, another Irish person. He called me bro, so I'm gonna be presumptuous and say he. I met an Irish younger lad yesterday. Finding their way to chill gaming somehow. Thinking about going back to school and then going to college. I was referring to you as like, oh, that would be kind of interesting if you guys had a chance to talk about Irish things. You know? And kind of like listening to people of different generations meandering about their thoughts in a different culture. Okay.
作文
作文
を書く
書くの
の
書くのは大変です。
です。
Sorry, longer unit today. We'll keep at it here.
コピ
コピ
ー、
textbook
教科書、
教科書
を
をコピーしてで Oh, please do not copy.
し
しないでください。Yeah, really, thanks. I scroll way back to the beginning of your fitness challenge just to see what you were doing when you started. It's great that you're maintaining fitness too. Yeah, this is after COVID. So the journal thing posting for Discord was only after COVID. Cuz COVID I just stayed indoors. Before COVID I was running marathons, marathon lengths. And I was going to Tough Mudders. So I spend most of the year prepping for Mudders, which are like I guess 12.5 miles, like obstacle course runs. So that's what we did before. We tried to go to like 1 to 2 each year, preferably at a different location, and then COVID happened, so it caused like maybe 2 to 3 year shutdown, right? 2 to 3 year shutdown. So then I settled in. It was right when I left my university position. So right when I left my university position, COVID happened. So yeah, and the rest is history, right? So after COVID was completed after COVID lapsed, if you look at the journal, it's fairly close to when all the things were lifted. So we went back to running. There's things I don't record every once in a while because I haven't. It's maintenance. And that's doing calisthenics. Calisthenics is my go-to. I like to do functional calisthenics for quality of life. Obviously, I don't have any aspirations on doing like a PB or bench pressing so much. Usually, if I can lift myself up onto a ledge multiple times, I can lunge ahead of things, base jump from location to location. It's pretty good. There was a time when I thought, oh, it would be cool to do like a front lever or a, you know, a flag, or do a planche or something, or like headstand. And I did some of that skill training every once in a while back then. Like I used to practice my, you know, pancake straddle, like pancake split and whatnot. But now I'm like stiff as a tree at the moment. So running became the default maintenance. And we you know, fluctuate between distance running and speed running for shorter distance. It's whatever fits the convenience. Life of consistent fitness can be quite flexible in the long run once one becomes so adapted that you don't fall back, right? You don't fall back on old habits, right? 本当にboy, you should do a mud run sometime, Valentine. I kid you not, like 60-year-olds like clobber me in a mud run, and whenever I go like running in 10K or something, there'd be like this like 60 plus couple in front of me. I remember the last 10K I ran for fun. It was for Thanksgiving. Like there, you know, in the United States, there's turkey runs where you do a run the day of Thanksgiving. So before you eat your crazy amount of wonderful, comforting food for Thanksgiving, that very morning you do a 10K or like a 10K or like what is the option up? It's like I think it's 20K. 20K is the other option up. And I remember the last time I ran in the neighborhood, and there was this couple. One couple was like wearing those old school FM radio headsets, and then they're like just chatting with each other. And I'm like, how are they doing this pace while doing that? Because I was like way out of it back then. And they would be wearing their shirts. On the back of their shirt would say a multi-marathon runner. And the date would be like last year. I'm like, okay, well. Running's interesting. It's very interesting. It's gotten to the point where the thing that keeps me from running a marathon is that there's not enough time or daylight in the day to run a marathon. The last time I tried to officially run a marathon, there's too little time. So we ended up running a half marathon because the road closes after I think it was 3 hours. So you can't run long distance if the event doesn't allow a specific time. But you do get to a point where you feel like you can run indefinitely, right? Until your legs give out or your feet give out. And it's kind of nice. It's one of those things like one day, and I hope you feel the same way in the future, you know, when you hang out with people one day, say, hey, you know, it feels like a good day to run. So you just pick up, run for 2 miles, and you don't even break a sweat. It's like, oh yeah, it's like walking. I know that sounds like nah, that just feels like death all the time. I think with someone who ends up having the step up to the plate, forming a habit, running can actually end up feeling like walking. Sometimes walking feels like it's too slow. So hopefully you get to that point. In my opinion, it's practically like breathing. The downside is you don't really have appropriate places to run. Or like I'm not a person who likes to run at night. I know I live in a neighborhood with like barely any traffic and stuff, but there's something about not practicing that. Like try to run in a safe environment, right? If you're running outside. I don't have a treadmill, so maybe I'll invest in a treadmill. Here's one thing for the fitness level thing, Black Friday is coming up, right? Shopping season. And I've been tracking some stuff. I am going to invest in a standing desk. And I actually like the idea of having a low profile walking device under my desk. So that's kind of my next thing that I want to do. I like to stand up every once in a while while I'm doing this, right? And also be able to walk a little bit more. Walking goes a long way. The tough part is it takes a very long time. It takes so much time out of your day if you're scheduling walking, right? Like if you're trying to fit walking in. So the idea is to try to get yourself to walk to places that you're already going to do. And that goes a really long way. I think walking actually conditions one's running really, really well, in my opinion. Like your joints kind of hurt less. Like they become more tolerant of your strides and walking, like in running. So hopefully you find opportunities to walk as well. Maybe even take I don't know if you own a bike. I know you mentioned motorcycle last time. Bikes are fantastic too, right? Like days that you can't run, cycling around is fantastic as well. To like mix it up and whatnot, try new things. You are a skinny kid, but you haven't seen the weight you have now since probably 10 years ago. Me too. Probably since 10 years ago. I don't want to see that skinny kid anymore. Actually, I think I've talked about this before. I was so chronically into working that I actually had a very malnourished look. I was underweight. I'm also the same height, so I already mentioned that. At my lowest, I momentarily dropped below 100 pounds at my current height. So there was a time when I had other neglect, as in I didn't take in food or drink a very long time. So now I prefer to be slightly at the higher end than well below average. Your friend suggested to you to what called the turkey trot. Yes, it's an AK though. Yeah, turkey trots. Welcome back, Duo. Turkey trots. Yep, those are the turkey runs. Turkey trot is like a United States thing because of American Thanksgiving, right? So you run. It's usually like 5K min, right? You have to go above 5K, and you do it right before you do it on the morning of Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving. You used to have a bike a long time ago. You do kind of miss it. I think when your knees are aching, right? If you're like maybe oftentimes it's like the heel, the ankle, maybe your instep or your shins, and then maybe if you have a burning in your knee, cycling is fantastic. I think cycling still kind of loosens up the knees and then removes the impact on the shin and the instep. So having a bike is a great little extra, possibly an investment though, on how often you. On November 14th, you did your first 5K and you managed a pace of 13:36 per mile. Solid. 5K, man. Yeah, 5K, very, very solid. Way to go. As in, wait, you mean 6 days ago? You ran your first 5K 6 days ago? Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Well done, well done. Well, keep up the great work. Essay.
作文
作文. 作文の writing an essay is homework.
宿題、
宿題 Oh, interesting.
が、
Maybe like 宿題が書いた作文の作の Yes?
です。
Oh, they did it the other way. Oh, 作文の Oh, okay. Oh, right, because you have to write the essay. Wait. Oh, whoops. Wait. Oh, I flipped the thing. Wait, no, wait. Wait. 作文の So you don't use writing an essay as the phrase and then marking homework with ga. Oh, right. Whoops. Yeah. Des is the direct object. My bad. Yeah, that makes sense.
作文、
作文の
書の、
and then des needed a direct object.
宿題、
宿題
が、
Oops.
が、です。
Wait. Yeah.
が、
Yeah, I forgot that des needed. That's fine. Yeah, it's a dependent clause. I know, Yoshi. I really don't know how you did it. Maybe you took a rest day the day before. I see. Well, you do. People do take rest days. I think it is very possible that one can go straight into like accelerating, because if you're used to a distance and then you push the next day, I think you'd be surprised how often you can push from a maintenance standpoint. Did you cheat and look up your question yesterday about the thing? No. I figured you just tell me about like the most confusing, what was it? You were looking up the most obscure way to express something. Is that the question you were talking about? I couldn't answer yesterday and I didn't look at it today. The plurals of trauma, panorama, and charisma? No, I didn't. I did not. And I don't see, I mean, I don't know what it is about cheating, but I'm not sure why you use the word cheating. If someone looks up the answer to a question, that's learning and not having an answer for a question, but okay. They're a regular pattern, I see. I don't usually think about it.
返す、
Kaesu. You have a very interesting way with words, of course. I've made that observation before. Learning something that you don't know is not cheating. Answering something that you should know, you can say might be cheating.
返す、
At least in my opinion. Since we're talking about specifics. The rare plural, traumata, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think I've used those plural forms before. Sounds about right. Stigmata. Stigmata is the word that I would probably use as my prototypic. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I'll let the stream delay catch up. Okay, kaisu. Okay, so we got kaisu, and kaisu is return, but there's lots of. Oh, actually kaisu. Oh yeah, kaisu. Yeah. Yep.
返す、
I'm wondering if we're gonna get kairu. Not that kairu.
返す、
Maybe genetics with charismata? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Chromata is another one. I think. when it comes to science. Can I think of another one? No. O. I don't know about Pragmata. I haven't used Pragmata. That's an interesting one. O. Automata. Oh, Automata is a good one. You have a science test tomorrow? Well, good luck on it. Ni hao. Yeah. They're not equivalent to that, but okay, games fan. But the singular is automaton. Yeah. Yep, that's a good one. Here's one. I'll let you figure it out. I'm not sure. Chromatin. Or chromatin. Here's one. You gotta like formally learn Greek one day. You're gonna formally learn Greek one day? Okay. Sorry about your vanishing out last stream. Your internet died mid-typing. That's fine. Yeah, that's understandable. Internet goes out, you know, ISP. Ni hao is not ni hao. In my opinion. Probably closer to like ni ci hao. And I'm not sure if I would hold the ni hao. Because there is case systems and a lot of overlap with Latin. I can imagine that. Whatever keeps you interested, I suppose.
雑誌
Zatshi. Zatshi was from Shashinko, so we kind of know that. Where are we going with this? We're in the classroom, right? We're talking about class. What the heck is magazine doing in this unit?
雑誌を読むのは楽しいです。
I guess you could read a magazine in class. Zatshi. Or, I mean, I don't know if that can be referring to a scientific journal. 雑誌を読むのは楽しいです。Okay. Maybe sneaking magazines into class. That is how Japanese write ni hao. It even becomes the Hanzi form if you convert it twice. Interesting. I suppose. Neat. Sounds good.
朝から病院に並びます。
朝から病院に interesting. That kind of looks like
朝から病院に並びます。
並び. Oh, hey, 並ぶ. So wait. Okay. It kind of has a sit. Oh, that's an interesting. Okay, so we're gonna write a note for narabu. Okay, narabu. It's one. They don't mark tones. You just gotta know it. Oh, because Hideyoshi said, "How do you mark?" Yeah, sure. 朝から病院に 並びます。But in the actual What the heck?
並びます。
You two can go about your generalizations and presumptions. I kind of like how you guys are navigating this. There's quite a interesting. I like how you pigeonhole dilemma into your segue to mata as the ending for the plurality of the group. I am missing something, but I'm just gonna see what they want. Starting in the morning. I see. They want it starting in the morning. Okay. Asakara. I see it starting in the morning. Huh. I know, but in the morning is still from the morning. I was fiddling around with starting for a while, but in the morning is still from the morning in English. So, because you're willing to wait on something. But yeah, I was trying to fit starting in somewhere. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. I don't like the word just. So you used the word just a couple times already, even though you made a technicality about ni hao, right? I don't think it's that simple. So it's kind of like a little contrasty that you pointed out a nuance between Japanese and Chinese speakers, yet then you continue to use generalities like you just know. There are explainers to how one form associations without necessarily knowing the nuance between things, and that's pattern recognition, right? So ni hao is not a pattern recognition example that I would associate with, or ni hao is not the same as ni hao, but that would be a pattern recognition. So yeah, I understand what you mean by they just know. Exposure.
デパートの入り口に並びます。
デパート
デパート
デパートね。
デパートの入り口に並びます。
Oh.
の入り口
入り口に並びます。
並びます。
7ページを読んでください。
Oh, ページ。Okay. 7ページ。Wait, is that a counter though? Sorry. 7ページを読んでください。No, not. No. You're deferring to a dictionary for their spelling of a word for ni hao? Ni hao. I know. I mean, like, I imagine that's how you got it. If you're deferring to a dictionary, how are you inferring that that's how Japanese people do it? I imagine you did more than look in a dictionary, right? You looked somewhere else and you asked other people. There could be other ways to write it, but I wouldn't know it. Also, obviously, you didn't need to reflect on how it is in the original language. I see. So, I'm going to be direct here. So, you're telling me things that you are cursorily looking into, and then a lot of the other things you're saying are inferences. I'll keep that in mind, because I need to establish a baseline of how you disseminate information to me and to others.
すぐにそれを返してください。
すぐにそれをWhat was this? 返して。Oh, because 返す。Yeah. 返して。す。返して。Makes sense. 返してください。返して。Implicit subject? No, there's それ。すぐにそれを返してください。Sue. Maybe. I'll write a note for Sue. Sue ending. Kaisu. To kae and then suru or not. Oh no, that up later. No. No, I read it, which isn't like Chinese where opinion tells you exactly. No, I know what you guys are talking about. I read chat, game fan. But I don't think that's what Hideyoshi meant. I was talking about whether or not Japan ever had a pinging style. Yeah, exactly. Probably have it in dictionary demoting and how it's high, low, saying probably. Actually, could be lying, but it claims there was never any standard alphabet. Yeah, my commentary is based on how you extrapolate and disseminate information. And usually it's a lot of probablys and jusses and whatnot. I don't actually know the answer to most of the things, but when I'm reading the two of you interacting, it sounds to me that you two are not on the same page. And then when I'm talking and then you're making a comment about what I'm talking about, not on the same page at the same time. That's all.
レストランの入り口に並ばないでください。
レストランの入り口に並ば。Oh, yeah, because boo into ah. Okay. Yeah, so that holds up. Let's put yeah, no. That follows. We're fine with the negation imperative. レストランの入り口。レストランの入り口に並ばないで。並ばないでください。Okay. These two. Okay.
雑誌
OMG, is this a weird command? Ne? This is those weird imperatives I said long ago. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. You did mention that already. Hideyoshi. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. I do remember some of that. Obviously, it's not using iku. Well, it's kind of using iku. Kind of thing. Yeah. So this was what you were referring to, I see. I don't know who we are, games fan, but I can definitely see how other people would naturally immerse in that. However, since we're talking about a secondary language acquisition and you're comparing it to a primary language, natural immersion is not necessarily given that people use natural immersion as a primary source of acquiring how to read permit versus permit. Especially if you take it from a perspective of, like, say, a Japanese streamer learning English, for example. So I'm not sure who we are, but I guess you're referring to native English speakers, and I actually did not learn it through natural immersion. I learned it through observing my tonality with the words. But you could kind of call everything natural immersion, I suppose, if you're not actively learning any of that stuff. I do for specific homonyms in English that I actively learned how to distinguish between them. Like permit is the paper and permit is the verb. So I do not use permit, or people use the word permit around me in the household because my parents speak Fujianese. Yeah, the verbs change with context, but literally it wouldn't be if it were to be. I'd love to know the Japanese etymology for that construction. I see. I take it with whatever nuances that they provide, and then I chalk it up to like the level of interpretation that they usually translated to willy-nilly. Like, for example, in this unit, they used suru. They used suru as asking. At least I think they use suru for an implication of asking, which based on the context of the other words, which, you know, simple sentence, but it has some specific words, it made sense to me. Things like that, context. There was the soul des. So they Solnan was used a couple of times, and I was making a commentary on, oh wow, okay, well this is going to be like one of those other. But like anthropologically, you expect a brusque imperative. I don't know what that means, or that's incomprehensible to me. The way, the manner in which you use brusque. And anthropologically, I'm not sure entirely if anthropologically, in what nature does one expect brusque imperative. In urgent and short way to make commands? I suppose. I don't see how that... Okay. I suppose.
雑誌雑誌
まだ車を返さないでください。
まだ車をねなださ
まだ車を返さないでください。
返さOh, okay.
返さ
Oh, okay. So now that answers my question about 返して. Yeah, so they did provide. Okay, so that was 返して. Alright, so I'm gonna write a note here. Okay. And then let's write to down again. はい、さ
で
て。
ください。ない
で。返さないで。
まだ車を返さないでください。
返さないでください。
並ぶ
Apparently there are places where the emphasis is lost. I couldn't tell you where, but some of my native friends have said they don't distinguish between the things that Hideyoshi is talking about.
並ぶ並ぶ
Oh wait, the brusque imperative is the stem in its A form. Yes. I suppose. That's a lot of extraneous information at the moment.
雑誌取ります
取ります
返す並びます雑誌並ぶ
Right. Fair enough. Please don't look at the next page. Okay. Next page.
次
Oh yeah, that's right. They go back and forth between tsuki written in kana and kanji.
の
次のページ。
ページ
を見ないで
でください
Oh, you were still on the permit and permit subject. I wonder if emphasis dropping is common or if that's an atypical change. I don't have any anecdotal experience with this. However, I do enjoy the commentary from the person Lawrence from Lost in the Pond, who mentioned things about colloquial simplifications or the tendency to simplify colloquialism. So, for me, if I had to take a broader stroke corollary commentary on this type of thing, I feel like the simplification of colloquialism is inversely related to the impact and influence of the use of the language. So for English, I would argue that generalities and dropping nuances is to cater to the greater and larger inclusiveness of the different populations that use English. So if one drops the accent between permit and permit, one would say that's kind of a natural response to individuals who may have different accents while speaking English. So to not distinguish something doesn't necessarily mean they don't exist. They exist in observation. However, because of the people who are using the language or acquiring the language, it becomes typical to choose one or the other or both, or have a ambiguous notion of where the accents are. So when I think about English and their homonyms, it's a great example of the cultural diversity of people who uses English, because someone may say permit for everything, and it might give away some of the tendencies of their first language or their other acquired languages. For me, I acquired permit, and permit is because I spoke a tonal language first. So a permit is not a homonym of permit. It is not. They're not homophones to me. However, it's probably largely due to the effect of me not being solely American or an American speaker. And then to others, you might be able to hear the difference. Like maybe to a Japanese speaker who's learning English, there's a chance they might make it their own in that way too. I think that same dialogue can be related to the pitch accent, right? There's going to be natural responses to the preservation of pitch accent in Japanese. However, in my opinion, it goes back to my more cursory commentary about language learning. I believe pitch accent differences and changes may end up being generalized because other people will have different pitch accents in the future, right? And you've already, as a Japanese, I consider myself a fairly enthusiast, right? An enthusiast of Japanese language. You can already see the battlegrounds being considered, right? Like, is pitch accent important? Is pitch accent necessary? These things come, in my opinion, from a language that ends up being incredibly influential. And we can't deny how influential the Japanese language is now in industry. So now we're going to see what happens. Do the Japanese native speakers push back and cause all the other populations to adhere to their rigorous pitch accent? You know, people who celebrate and in the pitch accent, or embrace that their language will end up being quote unquote pitchy or ambiguously pitchy, because now we have lots of people who know another language and is interested in Japanese. And I think English is a product of that. And it's funny because we are all going to have many of us will have different takes on accent and emphasis, because English has, in fact, I have no problems with people stressing different places in a English word, because I actually expect that people have different stress accents, and the language is, I feel, is accommodating, right? Is it development or is it development? I'm actually quite used to the phrase, the pronunciation development, because in a really large part of the world, in the science field, there's a huge population of like Indian speakers, and we're talking about India here. Development is the way I commonly hear how development is pronounced, and I have no problems with that. But development has a different stress pattern than development, and I think to me that's what makes English so nebulous in its thing. So when someone says you just know, yeah, sometimes you just know a different accent, right? So you might not ever perceive what permit is. There are going to be people who is always permit. So may I write a permit? May you permit me to write a permit? And I wouldn't be too sad about that. It actually kind of gives you a telltale sign of they might have an origin of language somewhere else. Yeah, that's a very interesting observation. The difference would stand out if your native tongue works with tones, since you're already trained to look out for them. Yeah. And I think that's the talk about like why learning different languages are very intriguing. It kind of just breaks down the or I just used the word just, and I used it again. Like, my English is practically being redefined right now because I'm learning Japanese. Like, for example, isn't it? No, Japanese says desu ne, right? The ne, right? However, I find myself, because I'm translating and I'm using more than one language from day to day, I have found myself using expressions where the inquisition is at the end as opposed to the beginning. And the idea to me is, it makes me chuckle because English is accommodating for that. So as opposed to the other way around. Yeah, desu ne, right? So yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Usually, before I started learning Japanese, I would use isn't it interesting? As in, you know, oh, isn't this interesting? But now I find myself warming up to the idea of, that's interesting, isn't it? And that's kind of how I feel about whenever we have an argument, like, you know, or a debate about, oh, which one is it? Which one is it? Oh, we just know. I feel like you say one will be very accustomed to saying that when a language trend breaks down barriers, when that language becomes incredibly the users become expanded. So now what are the discussions we have about Japanese? Well, it's which one is the pitch accent pattern for the language? Like, well, you obviously, I don't mind if someone says, oh, America jin desu ka? When they hear that my pitch accent on my Japanese reflects the characteristic pattern that an American would say for their words, but then they ended up habitually doing that with Japanese words, right? That is kind of the neat thing. I'm not sure if it's an embarrassing thing or whatnot. I think it's going to become a normalized thing, largely due to the nature that if your language and your culture becomes incredibly influential, you're going to have, like, it's inevitable that your language is probably going to naturally respond and adapt to the next largest population and whatnot. And every time we go back to talking about English, like finding a facsimile of English to another language, it makes me think that's exactly why English became that way, right? English has become, we just know. You know, I know you mentioned this, and I'm not like trying to say you can't say the thing. I find it's really funny when people say in English, yeah, you just know. I'm like, yeah, I know, because I don't know what you need to just know in English anymore. So whenever I hear other people learning English, I want to know what they just know, because can they pick up? And I did have someone point out, they identified me based on my English. Like a few times people identified me based on my English, because there are subtleties that are not there. Like tonality is very different. So if you are asking yourself, why does this person sound like an Asian American, for example, right? Like a lot of times, classically, I didn't pay that much attention to other people's pitch, but generally speaking, when you're thinking about accents and stuff, you're going to be thinking about pitches, right? And my only thought was, yeah, I can probably identify what an Asian American often sounds like, because their English has that also slight commonality of tonality in their patterns of speech that makes them sound like each other. And then, you know, when you talk to another person, they're like, no, you sound entirely different from this person. And then I'm like, are you sure? Because like take this sentence that I say compared to you saying it, and then let's listen to this person. This person is saying the sentence the way I'm saying it, or it's more likely to say it the same way I am. And since English doesn't have a functionality for tonality most of the time, like in the sense of pronouncing words and whatnot, it becomes, you're not looking for it anymore, right? So you're not looking for it. So what happens when Japanese becomes incredibly influential? Do people not listen to pitch accent anymore? It's like, oh, you sound like you. I'm like, what does that mean? Oh, you just know. You just know that you sound like you. Like, oh, you're definitely an American Japanese person. Yes. Yes. Like, what is it? It's like, well, we don't pay attention to it anymore. So, due to normalization, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how Japanese turn out during my lifetime. The fun thing about a Japanese pitch accent is it can change per dialect. Yes, exactly. I'm expanding it. I'm expanding the concept of dialects, right? Games fan. That's perfect that you mentioned dialects. I'm expanding dialects, but now we're talking about secondary language acquisition, right? Now, like, because what are English accents? They are acquisitions of a dialect because of outside influence. So what I mean is even further spanning now. Now you have people that are closely related forming dialects, and even when they're closely related, they are dialectically separating, even geographically isolated. However, now we take like bigger populations that are even further isolated, but thanks to the advent of the internet, it's bringing them closer. And I can very much see that there may be a Brazilian normalized Japanese and an American speaking normalized Japanese in my lifetime. Like in 2 or 3 decades, I feel like that's, if Japan continues to become, like, it's likely to happen. I'm not suggesting it will, because I don't know if it will. It may likely happen that there will be regional dialects of American Japanese, Americanized Japanese, and probably Brazilian Japanese. And never know, you could end up having the situation where you have like Brazil Portuguese and Portugal Portuguese, or Central American Spanish and Spain Spanish, right? And that's pretty sweet because we're we're in a time where we can witness this happen. You know, anyone who's interested in language, it's an exciting time to be excited about Japanese because it's in a transition period where Spanish, French, or I'm not so sure about French. Yeah, you can find examples like the French colonies, right? Island colonies that are going through the transition that English, Spanish, and French, I'm not even sure about German, have gone through. Usually the most like influential, like the ones that are very used by different populations, they go through like a rapid change. Like a And when I mean rapid, and Hindi, yeah, Hindi, right? Someone mentioned Farsi the other day, like the Arabic language, right? So and when I mean rapid, I mean relatively speaking. Relatively speaking, like in one's lifetime you might see one language transition, right, into a different status, and it's really fun that we're having these discussions back and forth. Because this illustrates what's happening to Japanese that has happened to English, and now English is that, where when someone says something, it's like, oh yeah, that's not how we say it. Like, who the heck is we? Like every 100 different types of groups of English, right? Like, oh, who's we? Like, I want to know who we is, because I'm not sure if I'm part of that we. Sorry, I love talking about this stuff. I think diversity, I want people to, like, in my opinion, I'm like very biased in being a proponent of diversity because I'm kind of a product of that. Some people can determine where you're from, yeah, what dialect you know based on what you use, even the words. There was a Chinese person. That identified me by potentially what region of China I was from, sort of based on my accent in both Mandarin, and I'm not sure they picked up on it through my English. Sometime in my life, there are a few people who I've met identified me as where I was regionally in, like, where my parents were regionally in China based on my English accent. Cliche, when it's one's native, it's really hard to explain rules and how you learn things. Why do we say this over that? Don't know. Yeah, just do it. The biggest just know in English that's never in any English course that I see is the liberal use of prepositions and idioms. Like, hurry up, yeah, hurry up. What about thank you? I'm just saying, thank you. Do you guys ever consider the idea that thank you is missing a subject? Yeah, we needed to just wing it based on how people around us talk. Yeah, imitation. Yeah, yep. Imitation, fall in line. You're code swapping so often in English, and I think other languages are doing that too. I feel like Japanese will become more accommodating as well over time, unless they choose to like reject other populations, which then would limit the Japanese influence, right? So I think over time, with that normalization, it will come a point where like, oh, you speak and from this region, and it's like, oh, okay, so now it's a big enough population to be socially normalized, something like that. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the next 10 years, like how Japanese change in the next 10 years. Chinese is getting an uptrend too. Chinese is getting an uptrend as well. So I do look forward to these things. Hindi is going to be English in everything but the key grammar words by 2050. That is a bold statement. We'll find out. And just to clarify, when people say things are going to be English in everything, I think we have to, in my opinion, hear me out here. I have a different perspective on this. the idea that other languages is going the way of English, I think it's the quality of the English, not the that something is distinctively English, if you know what I mean. Like English has been influenced by the globe now, right? So when a language becomes incredibly influential, it becomes Anglicanized, as Hideyoshi has used before, is largely due to the position that language has, as opposed to something distinctively English, in my opinion. Because English is, it's kind of difficult to identify what components of English is English that's being adapted into another language, but the large reason it feels like it's English everything is because the different groups are likely to also speak English or know English while adapting the new language, right? So at one point, when does English cease to be English but more of a convention? Like, oh, now Hindi is a popular language, as opposed to saying it's more English, it is now a popular language, right? Japanese is a trending language. So it will take place being exposed to the biggest population. And one of the biggest populations are French, Spanish, and English. So you're going to, one logically would argue reasonably that say, oh, so it will end up acquiring these elements. And then at some point, I don't know how far this is going to go. There are people who say, oh, everything's just going to become one language. Like the whole Tower of Babel kind of, I don't know what I'm speaking about now, but there's going to be a universal language. I'm like, I don't know about that, because when you have similarities, differentiation and similarities go through bouts of differentiation and similarities. If that type of theory were true, then dialects would be non-existent, and dialects still continue to exist regardless of a uniform language, even within a organized and controlled or governed space, right? It's kind of like saying art will unify into one specific type of aesthetic, and yet art continues to diversify when it continues to contract. So I feel like it's a steady state, right? When it contracts, it expands, contracts, expands. Humans are weird. Sorry. Humans are funny. It's a fun thing being human. Let's see. French dialects are, I only really know that Quebec. Yeah, I heard the Quebec accent. I have not been to France or, oh, wait. I've had the pleasure of being around 2 French people before. Not from Quebec, not French Canadian. I have heard French Canadian on my visit to Canada 2 or 3 times in my life, but especially French, yeah, they weren't close enough for me to compare, because my one was like really long ago, and then the other one was like a little bit closer. So they are different enough that they confuse each other. Exactly. I imagine. Your mother knows France French, and cannot comprehend Quebec French. That's understandable. As a background games fan, I'm not sure if I ever mentioned this. I'm learning Chinese right now, so it's relevant. My parents speak Fujianese, and Mandarin is unintelligible. At least, now here's the thing though. A Fujianese family is expected to know Mandarin or have heard and exposed to Mandarin. So code swapping is a just know basis. So for me, it's not like I ever get Fujianese confused with Mandarin. I really don't. And I don't have any formal schooling or any you just know, right? And that phrase has become that thing. So when English has become a just know status because you have to you're either exposed or bombarded by it, so you have just no situations, regardless if you comprehend or use the language. You just know because of exposure. And Mandarin is the same way for me, and it's lovely to learn Mandarin for the first time in my life, like formally, because there are so many things I just know, but now it's not just know, it has form, it has elegance, it has associations. So I'm trying to sell up language learning. It's probably not going to work, but I think language learning is a beautiful, beautiful pastime. Personally, making it, desiring a universal language for convenience and pragmatism sounds like it can restrict almost the artistry or the art form and expressiveness of language. Who knows? We'll find out in the future what happens. Oh, thank you in Romance languages make me realize how different they can be. Yeah, dude, thank you. Like, what the heck? Thank you. I like using the word thank you. What do we... Let's see. In Romanian, it is a verb, so you can enhance it with adverbs, and there's polite forms. Okay. Spanish, yes, it requires feminine adjectives. Portuguese, for some reason, forces you to gender yourself. Yes, I've heard that at least. I don't know how to do it, but Brazilians have pointed that out. I can say for absolute certain that we will never have one global. Yeah, it has been attempted so many times, even using like constructed languages. So, well, you know, it's interesting. It's an interesting hypothetical. If you watch science fiction, right? If you think about science fiction and stuff, there are a couple of science fiction things that ended up thinking about what happens if that was a thing, right? That can all be mutually understood, yeah. And conversely, there are languages where speakers can understand. Hindi went from that to, whoa. Oh yeah, I don't like that Chinese gets treated as one big language when it's really not. Yeah, it's cozy decide to dig into that. I would say conservatively, I've encountered, even as diaspora, I've encountered like 10 accents or 10 dialects. However, apparently from Cozy's interest, there's, we'll say, conservatively 100 dialects of Mandarin, and obviously the macro one is the national Mandarin, and then you have maybe the secondary Cantonese, right? However, one thing to say is even for me, it's already expected that what you speak, like the dialect you speak, is also within the context of having Mandarin exposure, right? So in the future, when you're hearing kids, right, grow up and stuff, the question is the chicken or the egg question, right? If the exposure of English, whether you know or learn English, sufficient enough to affect the perception of other languages, and when will it be like, Spanish is a big one now, you know, Hindi and French. It'd be interesting to see what happens with Japanese, right? I talk about Japanese and English a lot because I'm still under the impression that Japanese people hesitantly and less enthusiastically feel the necessity or the imperative to be exposed to English, as in like exposed to English from an academic standpoint, as opposed to, oh, I'm just exposed to English because I use things that are in English, right? And for me, I'm the role reversal. I'm the flip side of things. English is the basis. However, that when someone asks me like, oh, how did you know about this Mandarin thing? It's like, I just know. We need like an emote or something. I just know. Like have a really confused face and it just says, I just know, right? Like that's it. Like, how do you know this sentence sounds wrong? It's like, I have no idea. I can't even explain it yet, let alone like do anything. But it's great when you learn why it's the case. Oh yeah, obrigada. Yeah, obrigada and obrigado. Yep. Romance languages usually have a very simple way to inflect gender. Yeah, I do like that, even though I don't like arbitrarily gendering. I see. So usually you just swap the A out for usually, yeah. It came to the author in a dream. I know, right? I know, right? Sorry. I had to digress about it because I find it, I don't want to make it sound like I'm negative when someone is generalizing or like talking about things, because speaking English, since we all use English, like all of us here are currently using English to bridge our different language backgrounds. It's so like I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but it's funny that when we discuss the nuance of another language, we use a language that seemingly has an unfathomable amount of nuance, but they don't matter. Like the irony, like the ironic thing about people who are trying to care about the nuances of other languages, but the default language they use to talk about has an uncharacteristically indefinite list of nuances, but they functionally don't matter in the sense that people aren't talking about how functionally nebulous everything is. Like, every time I talk to Hideyoshi, like, I have to think about how to clarify what he's saying. It's like, oh, I know that word, but I don't know how you're using that word. Meanwhile, we're discussing about how you use a word and phrase correctly in another language while using a language in which we don't really know well enough about how we're using it correctly in the first place. I think that's really funny. I watch language learning streams because that type of thing is so appreciated. Like, I don't think you get this experience if you're not learning a language. Like, the thing I'm describing is funny if you're learning another language, especially if English is your primary bridge language, you know, common language that you're using. It's really, really funny that I prefer to talk about Japanese and Mandarin's like usage and stuff, because whenever you talk about English, like let's just pretend like English doesn't have any rules. Just put it on the shelf and say we get by with English. And then I almost want to feel like, man, I feel like I'm more competent on the foundational level in Japanese and in Chinese and trying to explain the basis of English, because inexplicable. Honestly, Duolingo should just give you the kanji for kudasai because it's shorter than the hiragana. Oh, really? Oh, you know what? Oh, really? Yeah. Look at this. It's actually kind of nice. I don't like how it looks too. Kudasai. Yeah, we use kudasai a lot. Let's just pretend English vowels make sense. Oh, here's one. Here's a Japanese one. Here's a Japanese one. I like watching Kyota. Kyota. Oh, I always forget his last name. Maybe it's Ko. Kyota Ko. Well, I've been watching this guy and he made a new short, or like a short that I haven't seen. And he was talking about this thing, the reeds, right? He was talking about I really like his brand of comedy. He was talking about how when you know a rare read and you just want to do it and show off or something like that. So he was talking about this character and this character, right? So we talk about reads all the time, right? There's this skeet, right? This could be skeet, but it could be like getsu, gatsu, and even things I don't know. And then this, the only one I know is shi, right? As in like shiru, right? As in shiru, and he had it on his screen. And I'm like, oh, that's shi. But then he mentioned like a different common, like another common read. But when he was doing this thing, and his punchline is when you put these together, it's none of the common reads. It's Isagi. I'm like, yep. that's just no territory. And he like talked up, he basically did an unhinged like, whoa, you just know, like that, you know, like these are the things that you just know. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly it. That's what happens when you ascend to something. Like, does it make sense? Is it logical? No. It's like, why does this and this make this and suddenly it's this? Like, I really love that. I sing a Japanese person who also speaks English. Like, he's arguably fluent in English and Japanese, and he's a Japanese published author. The way he goes about it is like, yep, that encapsulates today's moment. Like, you just know. Like, Kisagi, how would you know? It's like, well, you hear it, you see it, and it's Kisagi. It's none of the common reads of either of those characters when suddenly they're slapped together. He went through, like, he primed you. Like, oh, so if you use this word in this word, it's this and this. And then he used like the getsu and gatsu thing very characteristically, and then just sets you up. It's like, that's Kisagi. And it's rarely used in those reads, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. People usually don't care about language beyond communicating the fundamentals of an idea. Yeah. So you could have the most nuanced language in the world, and people will yeet half of it into the void. Yes, exactly. And that's what the pragmatism, right? The pragmatic nature of it really does allow a language to be globally useful. You know what I mean? Globally useful. Because if we shift our expectations down, right, to a pragmatic level, as opposed to elevating it to like a niche level, the entry of use goes up. So in English, when people argue about how simple English is, like how like, oh, it's just this, it's always this, why can't it be like English, it's so simple? My first thing I think about is the reason why all of you are talking and arguing about English right now is because it's perceived as simple. Because it allows all of you to fundamentally communicate foundational ideas and then allow you to argue about the nuances. In Japanese, there is very little discussion about the nuances of Japanese because they haven't established, in my opinion, conversely, haven't necessarily established a baseline of entry into the language. So the sky's the limit. And I feel like that is reflected in the attitude oftentimes that I encounter about Japanese proficiency. What is the necessary foundational Japanese proficiency? I would say arguably far higher than any inclusive language like Spanish, French, and English. And my first thought is like, if English is so simple, why do you guys spend like half the time arguing about English? Like, hear me out here, right? How ironic is it that when English-speaking people argue about what is the correct way to speak and pronounce Japanese, there are a finite amount of agreement. Like what I mean is there are finite choices, and meanwhile there aren't any finite agreement in English. What, to me, logically, how does that suggest that one language, the language that you constantly argue about and not have a direct answer, and a language that you still can generalize enough for correct things, be less complicated, right? Like, how is English less complicated than Japanese if you can't get a fixed answer for English, but you can get a fixed answer for Japanese? I say this with the greatest amount of endearment because the reason people, like, to me, when people argue about a language, it means lots of, to me, it tells me there's a lot of different people using the language, and that's beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. Maybe some people get a little too angry. I like to sit back and appreciate that we're having these arguments because there's so many people using the language. And Japanese might end up becoming that way if it becomes more and more influential. You already hear the arguments already. Like, Japanese is, people arguing about Japanese is increasing. Like, the volume is increasing dramatically. From year to year, it's getting like, it's ballooning, right? Different communities now are at each other, and there are like different subsets and groups of how to learn Japanese and stuff. I can't even imagine, hear me out here, if we took a native from simple, like maybe one sample from every single country. I can't even imagine what it's like when they say, hey guys, how do you learn English? And have all the people that teach English in their native countries, you know, like as a secondary language, agree on a approach to learning English. Like, I don't even know how to teach English, honestly. Like, I wouldn't know how to go about it, other than I do what I think I know, right? You just know. So you start with what you just know. Is that how they teach English in Japan? I doubt it. Is that how they teach English in China? I really, really doubt it. In fact, I don't even think Irish people teaches English the same way Americans do, right, Cozy? So like, it's hard. Like, you might say, oh, but they're similar. Like, well, we're focusing on, well, then how did you end up sounding like that versus sounding like this? I think it's hilarious. Kudasai, okay. Dageru. Interesting. Is that like, what are you saying there, Hideyoshi? Umareru. Nama. Demetai. That's supposed to be like an etymology or something? We can't even agree on a basic definition for some words. Yeah. Is Fujonese similar to Fujanese? Fujin. So, oh, Cozy, that's a great question. I don't know the right answer. However, my impression is that Fujin can refer to two different things. It can refer to the group of languages in the Fujian province, right? And Fuzhou is in this province, along with other things. So it would include Hokkien as a major group and others. And one of them would be Fujianese. So it could, Fujianese can be referring to the region of language. Alternatively, Fujianese could default to like Hokkien, whichever the dominant language is. So the dominant dialect. is how I come to understand it. And Fujonese is usually not one of them. So I used to say Fujonese, like instead of Fujinese, I used to say Fujinese or Fujinese, or like a combination that sounds like Fujonese. And then everyone keeps saying, "Oh, Hokkien, you're talking about this one." And I'm like, "No, I'm talking about this one." So I stopped saying this only for clarity's sake, and I use Fujonese. But every time I say Fujonese, someone thinks I'm saying Fujinese. Like English wise, like saying, when I say Fujonese, people will immediately type Fujinese. And I think Fujinese is usually more commonly used as the people from Fujian. So the Fujian area or the Fujian province. And one of the biggest cities or area in the Fujian province is Fuzhou. And Fuzhou is Fujonese. That's where the Fuzhou came from. It's from the capital city, or the bigger city in that. That's my understanding. Not sure if that's how that works in China though. From your understanding, Japan's English lessons aren't great. Apparently, they just have a teacher reading out a book, which they better hope the student know any of the words. Interesting. You've heard some foreign teachers describe their job as human tape recorder. I haven't gone too deep into that, like what it's like to teach. One thing I heard from former foreign English teachers was that it's very strict, as in like how they're able to teach is strict, right? Which makes sense because, you know, Japan, right? So it can be very restrictive. So what happens is, if you got the impression that that's what they do, I imagine a lot of people probably feel the same way because it's strict. In the United States, you know, I'm from the United States. This varies a lot. If you're in a private place, it's whatever they decide to do. It might even be individualized, which creates noise, right? So that means you don't have a standardized education. That's like the liberal arts, right? Liberal arts usually involves less standardized education. So if your professor teaches a specific way, then you have to understand how your professor teaches in order to like do well in the class. And then you have like state, right? The state or the federal regulations, and these things are standardized in a bigger subset, the state being at the state level and then federal meaning everywhere around. So there are standards of those, and those have English standards that you have to acquire. So those are the foundations. That's kind of how English is in the United States. So because of the 3 layers of standardization and not standardization, English is incredibly varied. You have states that legitimately have different, I'm not gonna say lower, I don't want to say lower, different English competence across the board. Like the United States is so varied. So I don't even have to leave the country that I live in to know that English is taught differently all the time. It's to the point where you can tell where you're from. Like other Americans can tell where other Americans are from in the United States. It's a common thing. Like you try to guess because English is taught differently. Oh, how do I write? I'm using this tool right here. It's called a web paint tool. It's a Chrome extension. I was told by other people, I don't use other browsers, but I was told that you can find other extensions that are similar, but it's web paint tool for other browsers. The key point I tell every Japanese streamer learning English is that England got invaded and the Romance words don't really correlate to the grammar. And say, just treat this like kunonyomi, onyomi. I agree. I absolutely agree. Treat it, if there's anything that's frustrating that English learners and Japanese learners can bond with, like immediately bond, right, is that when you think about reads and pronunciation, I feel the closest facsimile that you can generalize is when English speakers, right, talk about onyomi and kunyomi, and they're like kind of like rote memory, doing exposure therapy and getting used to hearing it. That's English pronunciation, in my opinion. Like you gotta group them slightly every once in a while, maybe, but it's exposure and frequency of use. And it's funny because the first thing that, at least in my impression, that I get from English learners is the pronunciation thing. And when I hear English speakers learn Japanese, they end up settling on onyomi and kunyomi. And the funny thing, in my opinion, why this is funny is the way they went about learning English pronunciation is kind of how you're going, in my opinion, how you're going to treat onyomi and kunyomi. Like, you just gotta know, like, it's through practice, right? Practice and exposure, practice, exposure, significance, practice, exposure. And like, what, you know, how do you know that should is should, right? Like, look at this word, should. How did you get should? Sorry. All right. I'm getting a little unhinged now. Sorry. I'm gonna compose myself now. Should. Oh no. It's like, this is hood, right? This is hood. So this should be should. Nah, it's should. Obviously. This is obviously should, even though you know hood. It's like someone learned hood and like, oh, so you put an S in front of it is should. No, this is should. Should. This is should. Not should. I'm, and you know what's funny though? If a Japanese person told me we should go, like, if they type this out, said it, like, you know, like, oh hey, it's, you know, oh, it's time, right? We should go, right? If they type this or say this, I would immediately know that it's should, right? And that's the crazy part. I think that is what's going to happen in Japanese. Like, as more and more people learn Japanese outside of Japan, Japanese as a whole will become used to the idea, like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that's how they say it, so we're good. And in English, you do that all the time. You autocorrect all the time as a person, like, but it's normal. You know, it's normalized behavior. So whenever someone, it's to the point where someone's like, oh no, that's a typo, right? That's a typo. And it's like, oh, sorry. And then you're like, no, that's fine. Like, I know what you mean. Like, it, you know, that's the tough part about how do you communicate to, for example, a Japanese person that it's okay. Like, this, to me, I would say, yes, it's great to know what words are like. However, if the pragmatic, you know, if we're going with pragmatism, the pragmatic way of doing this is, when you use it, is it intelligible enough to understand by the other person? And if that is achieved, the sky's the limit, right? However, telling that to a Japanese person might be like the scariest thing, in my opinion, because look at how precise. In my opinion, I think Japanese is quite precise. Going from, I think the difficulty between English speakers and Japanese speakers often is this like phenomenon. In my opinion, it's one of the major contributors to the perception of difficulty. One is not as tolerable as the other, but it might be the users, in my opinion. It might be the users' behavior that makes it perceived as difficult and whatnot. Because it's hard to be loose. Like, English is really loose. I mean, I listen to my parents all the time. I don't even know, I can't even imitate what my parents sound like in English most of the time. I have no trouble understanding them though. though, yeah, thorough, oof. I think Japanese is going to get a kanji simplification before vocabulary change. I honestly, I can see that. Hideyoshi. And I think I will see it. I think we'll see it in our lifetime. I think Hideyoshi for sure. Like, well, not for sure, but it's very likely that we'll see a kanji simplification in order to be accommodating, right? Much like Mandarin and Korean, right? I think Korean has, Korean is probably going to get an ankle. Yeah, I think Korean is probably going to be something to accommodate to make their language like far more approachable. Besides, you know, China having to already do that. And I think English is a product of simplification. Oh, the Korean alphabet was constructed. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I'm not sure on that one. Hangul is very easy writing system, but it is also flexible, incorporating loanwords, so it has no reason to be anglicized. Listen, have you listen, games fan? Do we have to simplify, bro? Like, did we have to emphasize brother? Did we have to simplify? I'm talking about English now. Do we have to simplify brother to bruh? Honestly, bruh. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel the floor is really low. The floor is really low. And you know what's funny about this? This word has assimilated, like, I don't know how many, but to me it has doubled in meaning. It has replaced words. Like bruh and bro has replaced like half the words in people's lexicons. Like, when I talk to someone or when I listen to someone, the words that these words used to be are no longer there. Sometimes I'm kind of curious if people actually know how to write the alphabet anymore. Like, what I mean is write the alphabet, not like type the alphabet, like write the alphabet. You know, like, I mean, there is already that stereotype about doctors having bad handwriting, right? You know, bad handwriting. And obviously I'm not a doctor because I'm writing in all caps, but actually I don't know, a lot of doctors have a propensity to write in all caps, but I write in all caps for clarity. Yes, that means I have no lowercase. I don't use lowercase. What is that? That's a simplification of the writing system. Like, I personally simplified my writing by removing lowercase. How do I write lowercase? I write it in cursive. Oh, here's a good one. A lot of people write lowercase and their handwriting is a cursive print hybrid, right? It's a hybrid, so that they can simplify some of these strokes, you know. Oh man. Korean's writing system was designed specifically because one dude was really annoyed at how complicated and ill-fitting Hanzi was for their language. Oh, They made something that was as easy as possible to learn. Oh, okay. I'm curious how much of that simplification allowed the Korean language to be more approachable. If you know what I mean. Like, I don't follow language history. However, I'm very curious, since the construction of the Korean writing system, right? That part of it. I wonder how much of an impact it had to the Korean exposure, the approachability of the. You have a 911 day streak. Congrats, H1. Glad to hear about you're continuing your streak. The one issue with anglicized Hindi is transcribing into Roman letters become a pain. I can. We say story horse or story bro. Oh yeah, that's right, story bro. Well, Korean literacy rates shot way up after it was invented, so I dare say it was effective. Well, there you go. That's excellent. We have DTTH. They have 8 dentals. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. So here's the thing, Hideyoshi. Expand and contract. If we, like, quote unquote, if we, English speaker, has DTTH, then one could say that if Hindi speakers learn English, they end up having 8 dentals, right? So if we had to compromise, would it be that Hindi gets compressed to 3 dentals, or that English becomes accommodating because Hindi is a really big population, right? Really big population and increase in dentals. Like, for example, maybe it would expand to 3 more dentals, if you know what I mean. Because the DTTH isn't necessarily mean that these are limited to these dentals. So I feel like depending on the influence, you can say that if someone goes to listen to Hindi, for example, and then have incorporation of English, you could say English could actually be melded into including more dentals. Like, how I see bro as having 4 tones. In my opinion. Like, maybe, we don't know yet, maybe Japan will incorporate right? We don't know yet how one language will choose to influence the other language, because might end up being in Japanese, might be possible. And I feel like there's a potential that during the anglicizing of Hindi, there is a chance that particular region of English might end up increasing in dentals, which is really neat in my opinion. How many tones do you do, like how many tones do I speak in English, right? How many tones? I actually use 8 tones in English. So the thing that gives my accent away a lot of times is using the tones that I have from my one of my parental languages to speak English. And Mandarin has 5 tones, or we'll put 5 tones, but Fujianese has 8 tones. Yeah. So no. When I ask a question is when the other tone comes in. Like the I don't know what tone number it is, but I'm gonna say like tone 6 through 8. One of the tones is a question tone, or an emphasis tone. So I use it in my English. How I emphasize and question, there's an extra tone in my English. You might not hear it all the time. Like, it's not tone 2. Tone 2 is your default, like, uptone. Like, oh, hey, are you having a nice day? Like, that type of thing. But there's an extra tone in here that is also used for question. So I use that every once in a while. Oh wow, I just looked it up. 99% literacy rate in Korea. That's wild. Good literacy rate. Ein means H plus vowel I, nasal I. Ein. Other thing is Japan has no th. Yeah, no th sound. At least, not that I'm aware. And Old English literally had two. Yeah. I know that. Or what I mean by I know that is I had a classic British like classic English literature, as in like English, and hearing recordings of the two ths, it's kind of distinctive enough to pick up though. Oh, and you remember there was an endangered language that adopted Hangul. Oh. Yes, yeah, also known as or Bhutanese. Beowulf, yes. Beowulf is a really great example. It was one of the first epic poems that we learned in, or that we studied in the elective classic British literature. Listening to recordings of people reading the original Beowulf poem, you immediately start getting normalized to the different like the extra sounds that Old English had. That goaded. Goad. Yeah, goad. Anyways, let's not talk about Old English. We already had a huge discussion about Old English like a little bit ago with someone else. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we had 2 letters to transcribe it. Oh. And you avoided the capital thorn because it's stupid and you hate it. Fair enough. Actually, may I ask games fans, what is your language background? Like, where are you coming from? I know quite a bit about Hideyoshi because Hideyoshi shared about a lot of like extra details. Cozy also. Why is the capital? Well, listen. You just gotta imagine the line being, you just gotta imagine the line being down here. Those runes. Fair enough. Runes.
私
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna finish this lesson today. I know.
の
私のノート
ノート
を返してください。
変えてください。
Right. Okay. Get into the meditation. Okay. Where am I coming at this from? What do I mean? Oh, you mean me? My question about like what your language background is? Oh, I don't know, like language background. Learn language, immersion, exposure. What is it like? I speak Fujianese at home. I listen to Japanese, English, and Mandarin content on a regular basis. And subtitles vary between English, Japanese, and Mandarin, that kind of thing. Exposure. I have been familiar with all the languages that we're talking about now, even before I started learning them. So, that kind of thing. Right? Unless you're talking to Cozy. You're a Brit who always had an interest in language in general. Oh, Brit, huh? So, you don't mind me ragging on British English? No, I'm kidding. I don't have anything other than like garage. I actually like saying garage, so don't at me. Sorry, Americans. I deliberately say garage whenever I'm around people. I don't have a particular goal for them, and just engage because it's fun. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that Cozy's Cozy's Irish? I did? Oh. I don't think I got a language thing though. Like a mention of direct language. Like what I mean is your language background. Not like necessarily where you're from. Right. Like I'm from the United States. It doesn't really say too much. It doesn't really say too much about what language that I speak or know too much. At least it's not common for, like, it's not common for me, you know? Although I do have to admit, if you ask an American, like, if you ask, you're likely to say, well, we speak English. And it's like, okay. I can kind of understand that assumption about the United States. I think it's about half and half. Half the time you might hear like, oh, well, we speak Spanish as well. Like the misconception that if a language is not taught in school, right? In the United States, there are a lot of languages that aren't offered, or they're very late, that the people they'll ask would be that they don't speak those languages or know those languages. And that's kind of like a thing, I suppose. Maybe somewhere else, maybe Malaysia or somewhere else that's at a crossroads when it comes to language. Page.
7
7. What the heck?
ページ
They said nana page. Okay, someone tell me, is this nana
7
or shichi in this
Page.
case? Is it shichi page or nana page? I kind of like shichi page. Make up your mind.
を4
Yonde
でください
What would you go with? I feel like this is a just no situation. You just know. Yeah, Americans has a strong Latin American culture from it. Yeah. Nana? Okay. Nana? Okay. Got one vote. Duolingo just never knows when reading to use. The rule of thumb is to just ignore it. Oh no, yeah. Well, we don't ignore it because we're having fun, right? The question is, I'm polling because it's fun to know all the reads. Knowing that it's shichi, or nana is the whole point. American TVs have a secondary audio setting to watch stuff in Spanish. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Although, you know, in the world of Netflix and streaming services nowadays, it's very convenient. Currently my like trendy pastime right now is watching Disney films in different languages. It's like, hey, Simba sounds pretty sweet in Spanish. I don't know if you guys know what Simba sounds like in Spanish. I'm very terrible at voice acting or impersonations, so I'm not going to tell you what Simba sounds like in Spanish. Like the tone of Simba. Is I'm pretty sure there's got to be a YouTube video out there where they do like a 30-minute clip where they have side-by-side comparisons of all the versions of Simba. But the German Simba sounds interesting. I'll let you guys use your imagination on what Simba sounds like in the different languages. The Japanese one is kind of interesting too. Although there is a Japanese Simba, or quote unquote, there is also a Japanese Simba you can you can compare it to as well.
カス
Asu. Is there a SAP closed caption? That would be cool. Huh. Not entirely sure what you mean by SAP. Chinese SpongeBob was fairly on point. Oh, I haven't seen SpongeBob in Chinese. Oh, that's a good point. Nickelodeon programs would be in different languages too. Yeah, Nickelodeon. I haven't watched any Nickelodeon things yet. That gives me a great idea. I'll have to check them out. Oh, speaking of Netflix, the fact that Karate Kid does not have a dub for any Chinese language is a crime. We have a film set in China, but no fitting dub. That's kind of funny. There's no Spanish voiceover programs and everyone sounds the same. There's so many, yeah. There's so many Spanish programs that sound the same, yeah. Yep. Agreed. I was watching Culinary Class Wars, and I wanted to hear what the English dub group was, right? The English dub group of Culinary Class Wars, and Netflix uses a group for their English, for their Korean shows, right? Like, because I was curious because someone made a video essay on how the Squid Game, if you watch the American dub versus the Korean dub, it's like an entirely different show. Like, the vibe just, it's an entirely different experience. Not that you're comparing them. Like, if you want to watch Squid Game, but with an entirely different vibe, when you watch the dub one. So I watched the dub of Squid Game the second time around. Squid Game is topical because Squid Game season 2 is coming out soon. However, I noticed that when I was watching Culinary Class Wars, which because Sub-Zero really likes that show, and then I watched it. It's a Korean competition, cooking competition show. I recognized like 3 of the 4 voices. It was predominant that they use, and because Culinary Class Wars is also a Netflix program, right? It's a Netflix published program, right? So you kind of get used to like the quality of like, this guy sounds very suspiciously similar to someone else. I can only imagine being like a live action dub VA. That's an interesting job to have. Like, oh, you sound like this person. Oh, which by the way, Italian, their dubbing industry, like to dub into Italian, is like a whole different thing. Like, I recently I was watching like a kind of like a tourist show, right? And it was touring Italy, and they made a glancing comment about how when Italians dub Italian onto other shows, it's like a very, very how you say, sweaty production. And I was like listening to a bit of Italian, and I was like, man, they really get into it. It's a different feel than when you're listening to like something that's dubbed in English from like a major streaming platform on top of a regional language like Korean. If you guys are very interested, it is a really fun thing. If you're into language in general, I think familiarizing yourself with how dubbing works and like having it really changes the lens, the perspective of like what goes into dubbing, what goes into localization, right? And it's been enriching my experience of all the things that I already love to do, like watch anime, read manga, classic cinema like German films, Irish films. Not Irish film, sorry. I only know like one Irish film, actually. I read Cozy's comment. I was thinking Italian films, French films, right? Excuse me. There's so many Irish films for Brit or American playing the Irish part. It's funny they don't get an actual Irish native. Yeah, it's kind of very similar here too. So funny that convenience, I would say, probably convenience. I know that this goes really deeper, right, Cozy? That's a deep cut. That's a very deep cut. It's the same question being raised by, like, for example, I don't know if you guys seen Crazy Rich Asians, but movies like that raises the question oftentimes about, like, the quote-unquote native, the whole native thing. And I am willing to do suspension of disbelief for that type. I think it takes a lot of... It is probably great to hire locals and, like, natives, but at the same time, as a language, like, while we're language learning, it's incredibly impressive what actors are able to achieve in such a short amount of time. Like, there are actors who, like, practice that immediately for the gig. Like, that's impressive in its own right. Like, I'm having trouble with the pitch accent, you know, like, if one is having trouble with the pitch accent in language learning, then you start thinking, like, I don't know if you guys watch Deadpool and Wolverine. However, I'm sure you might have seen the TikTok meme at this point, but how you pronounce his name? Chad Tatum, right? His Caribbean accent, right? His Caribbean accent. It's like, dude. When I first heard it, I'm like, yeah, this is gold. And then immediately afterwards, like, yeah, I can't. Obviously, this is gonna be viral. And then you immediately have, like, oh yeah, it's great to see, you know, when there's no representation, any representation is fantastic the first time. Then when something gets taken for granted, right? Like lots of dubs, lots of stuff, then the nuances come out. And then you have comments like, which, fair enough. My only thought is, have you guys watched House MD? Because Hugh Laurie is probably, or maybe like you like MCU or something, maybe like Tom Holland's, right? Or various Australians, probably. Yeah, you were gonna mention House. Yeah, Hugh Laurie. I kid you not. It's like I watched like 5 seasons of House before I even ever curious, like, oh, you know what? I wonder what kind of thing he did before. And he was a British comedian. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. There was a lot of interviews about how he went about procuring his American accent, right? And yeah, and Tom Holland's is great. I mean, Tom Holland's is very young too. I'm not sure how old Hugh Laurie was before he started portraying people with American accents. Didn't you see Hugh Laurie in Stuart Little? Was he in it? Oh. Wait, which one came first? I did watch Stuart Little at some point, but I'm not sure if it was before I watched House. 1999? There's a chance I might have heard Hugh Laurie, but I'm not sure. He's the father. House was 2004. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I watched Stuart Little in 1999 though. That was back in my college days, or not my college days. Those were my pre-college days. So work. I didn't watch movies or shows when I was younger. If you know what I mean. I played video games whenever I had the time, but it was like video games, work, video games. I was not cultured. Let's just, I'm gonna be very real with you. I was no more cultured. In fact, I think the youth of today is far more cultured than I am, largely due to the nature of the internet. And yes, you can say that's brain rot and whatnot. It's still more exposure than I had when I was a kid. I played video games in isolation. So I was incredibly uncultured. Most of the things I talk about today, like these days, like movies, cinema, language learning, it came after I was in my 20s. Largely thanks to the internet, really. Let's see. Apparently a lot of American movies have poor dubbing in Japan and aren't as well remembered. That's unfortunate. And we had like Star Wars. Now let's keep this in mind, Hideyoshi. Like when we talk about dubbing, right? Dubbing is to the interest of the publisher. So how much the publisher is going to get in return on investment on the dubbing. So in my opinion, when I hear about like poor dubbing, I largely think about how return on investment is reflected in the culture of that. So my question, I have like this oftentimes this dialogue with myself. When a poor dubbing happens, right? It could be implying return on investment. However, what do people expect in terms of the quality of dubbing, right? From the outside, you might consider it as poor dubbing because you're an English speaker, for example. However, is this the social norm? And alternatively, it could also reflect how not interested. The level of interest in integrating dubbing. If you know what I mean. So that's kind of, I think it's going to change in the future. Like for example, anime. Wow. I'm gonna say the anime of today is it's not only like it's hard to parse these factors, right? These factors are confounded. Not only have one would say the perceived quality of dubbing consistently higher, and you can't parse this, the lucrative interest in dubbing has also gone up, right? And in the way the production is working, they're kind of going hand in hand. So I think in a way you can kind of see this as maybe a suggestion, a slight suggestion that the interest in English in general is possibly reciprocated to some extent, because there is a whole different story when it comes to English production, English publications, trying to address Japanese localization. A lot of times they just avoid it and do like an English production of a Japanese thing, of a Japanese thing. However, nowadays there are some attempts to do so, but now we come to the problem of, well, English is the default and Japanese, so it gets so deep. I would love to hear like a company that runs like a dubbing company or something share some insight as to, there's probably interviews of like of the more popular dubbing companies, right, localization companies, and share some insight about what their thoughts are about how the industry and how publication affects the perceived quality of dubbing, because we have to still remember that it is a business, right? Things are business. So you dub when there's financial return on investment or high financial return on investment. When a game is dubbed well or localized well, it's also in anticipation that it will do well in those markets, or those standards in those markets that high. right? And sometimes I think the poor dubbing to an English person is not necessarily poor dubbing to a Japanese person. I think a lot of times the English is not necessarily poor in quality, but indifferent. Ask an anime fan the role reversal. Anime fans will say subtitles, Japanese audio. They're not interested in English localization. You ask me, I have a minority voice, and I say both. The answer is both. There's room for both. Great localization and dub increases it's a forward investment in trying to bridge language barriers and other things, right? An appreciation for English localized from Japanese may introduce Japanese or reinforce the idea that they don't need to learn Japanese. That all of that occurs. However, I like to think a lot of times the quality of the dubbing is a publisher's choice, that their target audience just don't care, right? So to me, it kind of still reflects that Japanese are indifferent. They prefer their content in Japanese. So dubbing in English and investing in English is a side note, especially cinematography. That's my take. Not that it's the reality. I don't work for the cinema. However, it follows fairly well. Like, I still love Cowboy Bebop to this day. Like, Cowboy Bebop, the what's his name? Steve Bloom? Dude, Spike Spiegel, Steve Bloom. I don't, I'm gonna have to apologize to the Seiyu. Or the Spike Spiegel's Japanese voice. I really don't remember his voice. And I don't remember who it is. Because Steve Bloom's Spike Spiegel in Cowboy Bebop, I every time I hear Steve Bloom's voice in like a different character, it's like, dude, that kind of sounds like Spike Spiegel through like it's Steve Bloom trying to sound different. Every time. Like, I was playing Like a Dragon, the Like a Dragon series. Steve Bloom has multiple roles in Like a Dragon. He didn't get a major role yet. Well, he got one role that was pretty, it's okay. He was a supporting character in Lost Judgment, or in Judgment. They picked someone else for a role that I would think Steve Bloom would have, but yeah, hard. If you remember the crappy lost Xbox game, Steve Bloom voiced Jack. Yes, I do. Yes, yeah. I think because of Spike Spiegel, I just get caught up with that guy's voice. So recognizable. According to David Shore, after Hugh Laurie's audition, executive producer Bryan Singer said, "See, this is why I want an American guy." Singer was unaware of the fact that Hugh Laurie is British. Oh yeah, I remember that quote. Yes, in an interview. It was brought up multiple times in an interview with Hugh Laurie. They dubbed Power Rangers in Japan. They dubbed Power Rangers in Japan, which is infinite recursion. Yeah, Power Ranger. Datawawe. When I think of poor dubbing, I think of the early Resident Evil games. Oh yes. RE games. Early RE games. Oof. Mega Man game with Dr. Light. Yeah, Dr. Light sounds kind of drunk. Wily was not too bad though. Although Wily was a very like an archetypical, stereotypical, like English like caricature. The Dr. Wily was in a lot of the iterations of Mega Man. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are hilarious because of bad acting. Yeah, Sega games weren't the greatest. Earlier. You recently rewatched Shield Hero. It's a good dub? Interesting. I've only seen season 1 of Shield Hero because of the infamous season 2. Haven't gone back to that. Interesting. What is a recent English dub I really love Sega games now, though. Like, it's not the same anymore, in my opinion. Maybe Sonic is still the same, but Like a Dragon series is fantastic, and I can't wait to evaluate its Mandarin dub team, because I'm learning By the way, it's all related. This is all connected. I started learning Japanese and Chinese because Like a Dragon's next game's coming out soon. I thought I might have a year, but it's coming out next year. I haven't played through my Mandarin and Japanese playthrough yet of Infinite Wealth. And Infinite Wealth added a Mandarin group. And the next game is going to have those three crew again. And it's incredibly iconic, and it's very it's like a production side of things for the Ryuga Kotoku studio. They like to keep their characters consistent, right? So it's kind of like a game series where investing in VAs dedicated to their characters are incredibly important. And Infinite Wealth actually featured a character that was modeled after an English speaker. And they ended up voicing, obviously, the English side of things of it. So now you're getting like things in the game series where you might have international characters modeled after specific characters. And to me, some people might say, oh, but then I would have to listen to the English. Why can't I combine what I like about the English characters and only the characters that I like in Japanese, or just this one English character? My thought was, well, the English experience is different and the Japanese experience is different. I'm going to play the game in both. So that's kind of what I did with the Like a Dragon series. And then I discovered in the beginning when I started the game, I still remember that the day when I first launched Infinite Wealth on launch day, it's probably the only series that I'm gonna play on launch day. It had the option right in the beginning, it slapped right in the middle. Do you want English, Chinese, or Japanese? I don't know if it's in that exact order. I'm not entirely sure. So, kudos to Sega to have a studio that lined up 3 different casts, and they are really good. Like, I can't even, and they're different too. Like Ichiban Casca, it feels so different between the two, the English and the Japanese, and it reflects like what is a bouncy like character in English and what's a bouncy like character in Japanese, and they play to their strengths. Well, whoever's doing like the coaching or like the liberties, like the group, what they understand, in my opinion, is they gave the VAs the flexibility to take advantage of their language, like the quality of their language. So the dub isn't trying to be, oh, I need to sound like English, but I need to sound Japanese speaking English. That was something that I feel really plays to the difficulty of dubbing, right? Dubbing things. Is it someone trying to sound Japanese speaking English versus speaking English and what the character would sound like with that personality speaking English? Like, it's so different, right? On that mindset. A person who sounds very serious using the English language does not necessarily sound the same as someone who's very serious speaking Japanese. So, can you write and create your characters in a manner that accommodates that? And I think that's incredibly underappreciated by people who are not multilingual or who are not interested in knowing more than one language, in my opinion. And it's their prerogative, it's their right. Like, what I mean is they don't have to appreciate this. If they are going to buy the game, thank you for supporting the game, and they're only going to play in Japanese, that's perfectly fine. it's different when that person comes to another person and say, why are you playing it in English? Japanese is a definitive edition. I'm like, no, both, in my opinion. So why are you here when you don't even want to hear this? That's kind of the difference between, I feel, what happens when you engage in language learning. Like, you want to see, quote unquote, how bad it is, or you want to make sense of how dubs work and subs work. It gives you a greater appreciation, right? It gives you a greater appreciation of, man, this is really hard. And when I was playing, they started including an English cast when Ichiban Kasuga was introduced. So Yakuza 7 and on, that's when they broke out, right? The game broke out and say, we need an English cast and a Japanese cast, a consistent English cast and a consistent, well, the Japanese cast is always consistent. And they use their likeness. So most of the characters are modeled after the original casting, right? And it's crazy how much I have such a different appreciation for it now, and I still did before I language learned. Like, I still remember I spent 4 hours talking about how Yagami is the protagonist of of the Judgment series, how he said this one phrase and he was talking about American culture. It was literally comparing American culture with Japanese culture in schools, in high school, and the way he said it, I'm like, huh. They even made commentary on how the cultural differences of how, like, an action or behavior happens between American culture and Japanese culture. And I just sat there and was like, man, that's an interesting way to say that. Because subtitles. In the Like a Dragon series, the subtitles are written as though English is the primary language. It is written in a manner that is supposed to capture and reflect what it is supposed to feel like in Japanese. So, like, when you have a common tongue, right, like Kansai accent, they go out of their way to use dialectic writing, like accental writing in English, in order to capture the same feeling as Japanese. These are the things, in my opinion, that one does not appreciate, that you have to think about if you're not interested in more than one language. So I thought it was cool. I was still interested because I already speak more than one language before. Now it's gonna take me so long to finish a Like a Dragon game in the future. I'm just gonna stop at every single sentence. I'm like, oh wait, okay. And it's super cool because Like a Dragon takes place in today. It takes contemporary days, so it's relatable. Like, outside of the organized crime and stuff, actually that might also be relatable in some sense. But lots of slice of life conversation. Like, they talk about comic books, romance, and like, because it's partially a slice of life game, right? So I highly recommend Like a Dragon. It's like no other series at the moment because they have Chinese, Japanese, and English. If there is a game I would recommend, in my opinion, that has accessibility for language learning. Obviously, you might. The one downside is, if you're not into organized crime, it's a loss because you can't overcome the core aspect of that. And Persona is not in Mandarin yet, but you can still, which is another Sega published asset now. Persona is not necessarily in Chinese yet, but it's still in English and Japanese, so you can get similar things from that. Remember seeing a video where a dude mixed JoJo dubs where all the characters spoke in their native? 10 out of 10 would watch a show like that. Yeah, true. Hats off to one company, Bamco. You know, Tekken 8 was released this year, right? Tekken 8 unapologetically just make all their characters talk through a universal translator. And what I mean by that is I'm making a Star Trek reference. All their characters speak their native language. Like all their lines are delivered in their native languages, as though everyone could understand everyone through a universal translator. But you know, you have it's such a weird feeling, but also it's such a cool feeling where you have a scene and there's 3 languages, like the 3 characters, like, you know, you hear a Swedish person talking to a French person, who in the background there's a Chinese person like talking, and they talk like full stop, and they're just delivering the lines in the language, and I think that's really cool. There are a few other games back in the day that did that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of neat. That's really neat. Instead of, you know, I'm gonna do a fun one. Does anyone remember what the German sound like in Evangelion? What's her name? Is it Asuka? Her name's Asuka, right? Asuka's the Japanese voice actor had to say German lines because she's German, and I don't know a lot of German, but yikes. Oh, you haven't seen Evangelion? There's a German character in Evangelion, like in every iteration of Evangelion. I actually, you know what? I gotta rewatch Evangelion, the second movie, to see what Asuka said. It back in the 90s, whenever Japanese speakers speak another language, like try to from another region, I think it makes me smile. Like, I'm not like laughing at them. That's what happens, right? That's what happens when you have a country that selects for one language and then they try it. And mind you, I love Japanese music, and when I hear them speak English, like sing in English, it's Japanese English. Like, I don't hear it as, oh, this doesn't sound like my version of water. You don't say water, or like, you know, like like I can't make an impression. I'm terrible at making impressions. You know, the Japanese English lyrics. I listen to a lot of artists who their chorus, their hit punchlines and stuff tend to be in Japanese English, and you know, English with a Japanese accent. And it's weird that in my opinion, I think it's ironic that it's a double standard where some people would name bands that they like, and I'm like, if you can't ever watch dub, why do you listen to these bands? It's like, oh, you know, it's not the same. It's not the same when you're listening to music. Oh, okay. I see. Back in the day, you know, the whole dubs aren't bad, you're just a weeb kind of thing. You get a lot of those discussions. Like, oh, like what are you watching right now? Oh, I'm watching the dub of Evangelion. It's like, well, why aren't you watching it in Japanese with subtitles? It's like, well, I did that earlier. It's like, oh, but why? And then they reiterate as though like it's weird. Like, why would you watch it in dub? It's like, well, I kind of like Evangelion. It's like, well, then why would you watch in the dub? Why don't you just watch it in Japanese again? I'm like, well, you know, I could go back to watching it in Japanese later. Why not watch it in both? Happens all the time. Still all the time. It's still true today. Capcom is at its peak now. That question, this is incredibly topical. Whenever you pick up a Capcom title, you're going to have that question. Someone's like, oh, so how do you feel about turning it to Japanese? And not even Capcom, Konami. I was watching one of my go-to video game streamers, and I've already mentioned his name a bunch of times. Max. What'd you call it? He was playing Silent Hill 2. he was playing Silent Hill 2, and someone's like, "Oh, hey, you know, what do you think about changing it to Japanese?" And Max was like, "No kidding, this voice actor is really good. I'm not changing it to like that's kind of the thing, right? I mean, obviously he won't go through it again in Japanese, but the idea, just the inkling that one defaults to a preference by suggesting something, you have to wonder how many times someone get asked for that. And I don't Like a Dragon's not very popular to view live a lot of times, like in my opinion, because it has like very subjective niche kind of thing going on. I mean, other people are a little bit more successful at this. I still get that question. That's a very common question. That's the most common question. Why are you not playing it in Japanese? That, well, I did play it in Japanese. That, well, why are you not playing it? Why are you not playing it in it now? It's like, well, because I did. And then sometimes it'd be like, oh, I'm playing it in English first. It's like, well, why would you want to play it in English first? That kind of thing. And I'm like, because I play in both all the time. Like, well, then you will think that the English is, then you'll think the English is, like, are you suggesting English is more superior than Japanese? Like, no, that's, listen. That happens so often. Anyways, all right, I'm digressing. I hope you guys enjoy language in all its shapes and forms. I think English dubbing has gone a great way. Play Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2. It's pretty wild. I saw playthroughs of the original Silent Hill 2 and played a bit of the original Silent Hill 2. And then now the Silent Hill 2 that recently came out, the remake. It's a whole different world now in terms of language. What is this?
カス
I don't know what this is. Matsu. I'm gonna write this down. Matsu. Interesting. Okay. We'll find out soon enough.
カス
You always wonder what Halo sounded like in other languages? Oh, that's interesting. Halo the song or the series? I'm kidding. Sorry, I'm being a little... I'm being pedantic. When you said Halo, I was thinking of the song. You know, yeah, the game. Yeah, wonder what Master Chief sounds like. I bet Master Chief sounds pretty awesome in Japanese. You're so used to Halo in English that it feels wrong having it in another dub. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling, right? And I totally understand. Yeah, I totally understand like the feeling involved. It can get really hard to unhear or like to reacclimate to something. Like there are voice actors that sound really remarkably different from me. What do you mean he sounds like that now? Exactly. Oh, not a fan of Infinite? Yeah, that's understandable. I feel like that reflects a very common sentiment about Halo, Cozy, the Halo series.
カス カス
Was it the same voice actor? Wait, did they keep the voice actor of the Halo series consistent all the way to Infinite, or did they replace Infinite? For the Infinite.
弟に本を貸しました
弟に本を貸しました。Yeah, 貸しました。That's play? Lent? Oh, it's Len.
貸しました
弟.
彼氏にお金を貸します。
You're not sure? I see. I think right now one of my most beloved cast, maybe it's due to recency, is that I can't find another example. Maybe some other people will come and tell me another example, but it sounds I'm fanboy. Like, I am a fan, so I don't want to disclaim that I'm biased. But having a video game series that run multiple years and being invested in having your characters VA retained in multiple languages is absolutely unprecedented. It's kind of like some of the shows, some shows that run the same consistent voice actors who were professional voice actors of their own, that they acted on screen, right? Like having, like, investing in actors, screen actors, to be voice actors for those roles in order to play those roles that they would play likely if the production was in their region, right? That type of thing is what I feel Like a Dragon's production is like. And I would love to continue to expand more choices of that. And without saying much, I can earnestly tell you that's probably a loss in investment. So I really do appreciate that Sega and Like a Dragon believe that is worth it, because that can change the aspect or the interest in language in general, right? It can use gaming, in my opinion, to expose people to other potential ways of interacting with language. Outside of that, there are very few games that are dialogue heavy, right? We're talking about hours and hours of lines. They're far more than a screen production. The amount of lines that the characters, especially the main characters that they have to retain for Like a Dragon, far exceeds the lines required for like a movie production. Maybe not a TV show, but the TV show animation is the closest, I would say. Animated shows that are able to do that is AOE and other languages. Good old... Oh. Wait, AOE. Are you talking about like Age of Empires? I don't know what other AOE there is. Oh, okay. Okay, good. I'm on the same page about Age of Empires. Yeah.
彼氏にお金を貸します。
彼氏。彼氏。
彼氏？
彼氏をお金に。お金にの。Wait. に。彼氏にお金？お金を。ね？
彼氏にお金を貸します。
Oh.
貸します。
Oh, okay. 貸します。Right. Len. Oh, Sid Meier's? Yeah. Sid Meier's games. Like Civ.
今日。
今日は... Oh.
今日。
Today is colder than yesterday. Oh, wait. What was it? Yori, right? So, Yori, you flip? So,
昨日。
昨日
より。
より
今日。
今日は寒いです。
です。
Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, they went the other way. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, they marked it in the other way. Okay. I see. Yeah, that's right. I have this in the wrong order. Or I have this in the correct particle marking. Like this is first. But I kind of flipped the order. That's a bit of a womp womp.
お金を貸すのは嫌です。
okane no, what was it again? Yasu? Yasu no wa,
お金を貸すのは嫌です。
kasu no wa, okane o kasu no wa, irai desu. Irai desu.
お金を貸すのは嫌です。
Oh, iya desu. Oh no. Wait.
嫌です。
Oh. I think I screwed up my recall today. I said kirai. Actually, let me. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm a little confused here. Just a wee bit.
お金を貸すのは嫌です。
Oh, right. This is the standalone Iya. Yeah, right. This is a standalone Iya. And the last time I heard this Iya was in Kana. Yeah, in Kana. Okay, so it's the same character. Okay. So how would I know if this was Iya or Kirai? Well, without the E. I guess I would know because there's no E. Of course. It's right in front of me. There's no E. Okay. Yeah, alright, that's fine. I don't want to talk about it. Like, how would I know the difference between Iya and Kirai? Well, there's no E. Like, well, yeah. They both kind of mean the same in a different way. Huh. Disliking, not wanting, right? It's a non-adjective. But then Kirai is a non-adjective still. And could be in that same spot too. Interesting. Can we talk about it? I don't know. I don't know about this. Yeah, I would have to look into why. Like, for example, if you say okane o kasu no wa kirai desu and iya desu. I guess both of them are both non-adjectives. And they both express dislike or hate or disagreeable. Interesting. And it's the same character, only one has an E.
図書館から本を借りました。
I'm so far behind right now. So we're gonna get back on track. We're gonna get back on track.
図書館から本を借りました。
借りました. Is that borrow? Yeah, 借りました. So now we gotta write down 借りました. We got lend and borrow. Of course. Buddy. Excuse me. Wait. I kind of like the Kansai dialect to add the riru, but okay.図書館から本を借りました。I love to get a Japanese to teach you Japanese without translation. Interesting, huh? Like just tell the Japanese person to not translate anything to you? Interesting.
小さな車を借りるのは安いです。
小さな車を借りる、
小さな車を借りるのは安いです。
借りるのは安いです。Did they actually incorporate the Kansai
お借り
accent?
る。
Yeah, this would be the Kansai accent. Hariru. If I'm not mistaken. Interesting. I don't know if it's different. Oh, it could be also transitive and intransitive. Let's see. No, they're both transitive. Intriguing. I mean, it's not like it doesn't serve the same function, but I kind of hear this more often in a different context. So we have kariru. We have kariru and karu. Oh, well, one's a ichidan and one is a godan, though. That's also something interesting. So they introduced both. They're both transitive. However, one's ichidan and one's godan. Huh. It's the only difference I notice right now. Like, how as a native English speaker you pick up the language by listening to your family and watching acts. Yeah, you mean the natural immersion learning using from Japanese? Yeah. That's certainly one way to approach it. 小さな車を借りるのは安いです。Okay. Borrow, rent. Okay, fine.
お借りる。
It's both, but I get it. Rent a car, yeah, fine.
借りる。
大きな車を借りるのは高いです。
大きなの車を起きる。Did I just hear?
大きな車を借りるのは高いです。
Oh, no.
借りる
借りる
は高いです。
大きな Oh, wait, I didn't need that no. 大きな車を Yeah, I forgot the no for it. The nominal.
友達からペンを借りてください。
友達からペンを
友達からペンを借りてください。
So we have Kariru. Karu and kariru. So this would be karu, aru. Kariru. This is kariru. You get karite. Tomodachi kara. Oh, here's the thing. When you said like how as a native English speaker you pick up the language by listening to your family and watching actions to words, you certainly don't need someone. I feel like what you're describing is a parasocial relationship with any Japanese native speaker. But I suppose you mean someone who's always around and interacting with you while speaking the language. But yeah, you can certainly go about it that way. There's certainly a lot of cognitive dissonance involved in trying to capture that experience when you're an adult. Tomodachi kara no. Because we have to remember that there's also frequency as a child for immersion, where like you have no other options, you have no other communication things, and your parents are quite legitimately that interaction is legitimately compulsory around you. Meanwhile, you have choice as an adult, so you're always constantly having the cognitive dissonance of having a choice to interpret that interaction. I think that's one of those like comparing a fixed time with another fixed time, and the conditions can't be the same. Tomodachi kara pen o karite kudasai.
Watashi no jisho o karinai de kudasai.
私の辞書を借りないでください。So each段, right? Each段借りる each段 so ないで。辞書。
他の人にお金を貸さないでください。
他の人にお金をUh-oh. Yes, no.
他の人にお金を貸さないでください。
Okay. 貸す。ある。Is it that?
他の人にお金を貸さないでください。
貸さ。Right, because 貸す。貸さないで。他の人にお金を貸さないでください。貸す。他の人に。Yeah, this is a interesting sentence. I have some deep cuts about this sentence. A lot of times, this comes from the sentiment. I'm not sure if this is a Japanese. This comes from the sentiment. Usually, I would tell people, please do not lend money to other people unless you are willing to give them money. Unless you are willing to give them money. And this is not necessarily like supposed to be like a word of wisdom or like 100% of the time kind of thing. I'm talking about from the perspective of a helper. Right? Oftentimes when people say, oh, you can lend money to help, right? However, oftentimes when it comes to your mind, the mind of a helper, I lend money, but I don't think of it as lending. I think of it as willing to give. So I give people money in situations like these. So I do actually tell people that try your darndest to not necessarily think of it as lending money to other people. If we're talking about from the perspective of helping. If I help someone, I give money to people. It's not about lending money to people. I'm not sure that's where they're going with this. However, in my family, like in the kind of like, I don't know if it's an Asian thing or not, or an Asian culture thing. You're willing to give money because you are able to give money to help people. When you are lending, it's a business transaction, right? And that would mean, please do not lend money to other people as in strangers, but you would lend money to business partners or people you do know, not necessarily other people, right? And then when I think about helping, rarely do I ever lend money to people I want to help. I give money to people I help. It's kind of in my opinion, an important nuance in English that I tend to pick up. When someone says, oh, I can always lend you, like if you're asking for help, right? It works the other way around. If you're in a tough bind, it's like, oh, hey, can you lend me $15 because I'm short, right? I'm like, no, I'll give you $15 because you're my friend. Like, so I specifically check that in. And then a lot of times when people say, oh, would you lend me money, and they're in a tight spot, generally speaking, if you're willing to help someone who's in a tight spot, you don't lend money, you give them money, right? And assure them aggressively, like, oh, I can lend you 15. I wouldn't, to me personally, I wouldn't say that. I would say, I want to give you $15. Please keep it. Like, maybe sometime down the road, I will hit rock bottom, and one day I'm gonna ask, do you have $15 to give me because I'm in a tough spot, right? So oftentimes the whole use of the word lend ending up being a betrayal or a stigma, and I'm being a little bit pedantic here. It has happened a bunch of times where someone felt like they were obligated to constantly remind me. I was like, oh yeah, I still remember, I'll get the money back to you, I'll get the money. And every time I would say, well, all right, if you so insist, take your time, but this is a gift. Like, I gave you that money. It's not something to be returned, right? So oftentimes words and stuff can carry a lot of weight, but it is also still difficult to communicate. And I think the word lend in this sentence does provoke a lot of my old experiences. I don't think I'm going to disclose how much money that I give when people approach me for money over the course of my short lifespan. However, I'm happy that I had like a privileged position where I could help someone, right? Although it still makes it very awkward when someone insists that I'm lending them money when I clearly say, this is a gift. Can you have $1 million? Unfortunately, I don't have $1 million. It's nice that it's in the form of a question, though. Mr. Beast might be able to help you, though.
借ります。借ります。
Kariru. How about 1,000,000,000? Oh no. That's I don't know if he has 1,000,000,000. I think that'd be a tough one. I see. Those are some strong words.
借りる
Kariru.
私の教科書を借りないでください。
私の教科書を借りないでください。Oh. Oh. Right. Kasu. Yes. Okay. I can't get them mixed up. How do I separate loaning from borrowing? One's kasu and one's kariru. I could think to myself, and you have a cent then? Here's my 2 cents, Cozy. I can give you a figurative sense. Cent.
貸す。
Kasu.
貸す。
Kasu. Okay. Kasu is the lend part, right? And borrowing is complicated, so it has 2 words. That's the mnemonic I'm gonna use.
豚肉、ボタン、歌う、
歌う、
箱。
箱。
私のノートを他の人に貸さないでください。
私のノートを他の人に、やさないでください。5-finger discount. Okay. That's the 5-finger discount. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. Please do not. やさないでください。Do not. No. Okay, please do not lend others. Give me a handout. I hand out time. Let's see. I hand out time and green owl.
小さな車を借りるのは安いです。
小さな車をね。Wait, how do I screw this one up? Oh, rent. They wanted to use rent. Okay. 借りる right. 借りるのは安い。Small cram.
大きな車を借りるのは高いです。
Did I screw this one up? 大きな Oh, I misplaced.
大きな
大きな
車は
車をWe're doing 借りるのは
借りるのは高い
高い
で。
ですす。Oh my gosh, I'm only halfway. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. I might get a beverage. Oyasumi nasai, games fan. Take care. At least that's what that. Yeah, sleep well. Take care. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for chilling. Good luck with everything. Like, come back with some fun stories or discoveries about language learning. And I'll be back. Bathroom. Alright, got a beverage. Now that I'm like 200 mils lighter. Oh, this is gonna be harsh. He needs some distance, Cozy. Lotus needs some distance. We have some mutual distancing.
Aishiteru.
Aishiteru. How does that work? So... Oh. Aishiteru. How does that work? Oh, I mean... Yeah, let's write that down too. Aishiteru. Yeah. Don't quite know how that works out.
愛してる。愛してる。
Hmm. Yeah, I have to look that up. He is indeed hanging out in the Shadow Realm.
どこ行くの
Doko ikuno. Is that using for normalizer? Or...
行くの
Whoa. These things are interesting. Doko ikuno. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
行くの
Is that a generative? No. I don't think this one's gonna be tough to remember. It's fine. I think it's functioning similarly.
食べているの
So where's your cup? I hope you have access to beverage. I am to grab a beverage. Cozy. What do you usually sip on? This is not hot. It's a cold one, and it is a ginger dragon fruit juice. I don't know what else you would call it. It's a bit tangy because of the ginger. SGO. Back to the kitchen and make you one. Nice. I hope the beverage is nice. I'll be here. Abete iruno. Iruno. Okay. Abete iruno. Hello there, Charms. Hello again. I see the night owl. Cozy went to grab... Oh, you're telling me to go back and make you one. Oh, I'm sorry. If only we can teleport things. Oh, by the way, Charms is the person I was talking about yesterday. Cozy. I had a really long discussion about potato eating. I'm kidding. But I do want me some potatoes. Some potatoes. Some taters.
食べていない
Habete inai. So this might be the iku thing, right? The iru thing. Oh man, I'm gonna have to make a note for myself. We're gonna have to look up the grammar for this thing. Let's just tabete, right? We'll do tabete and then put iru. And inai also conjugation of iru. So that tabete inai. So I'm not eating?
朝ごはんを食べていない
My good chat about everything and anything. Yeah, we basically talked about everything and everything, huh? My day is pretty well. My day is pretty good. We talked about a lot of random things too. Lots of language learning. We're talking about like dubs, video games, how English is weird, and then English, lots of other things like language when it becomes popular and all that. Yes, lots of language learning stuff. Although with that said though, I am also 3 hours behind schedule, but that is to be expected. How are you, Charm, since the last time we spoke? I see you're continuing the night owl streak, so definitely checks out on your sleep schedule. What did you do during the day? Or whenever your day started? My routine typically, digress, going hard today. Yeah, it seems like that's the common fixture now, right? Yesterday, Charms and I think we talked for 4 hours, probably 4 or 5 hours, with a few guests here and there, right? My day typically starts with Valentine, and then we digressed into whoever pops up. Hopefully Sub-Zero is doing okay. Usually, occasionally Sub-Zero would just pop his head in, like, because he's chilling. It's like kind of a break time, I suppose, a little bit of a break for his university stuff. Your grand just chilling out, playing Baldur's Gate 3. Solid.
朝ごはんを食べていない。
朝ごはん。
朝ごはん。
朝ごはん. Actually, Charms, are you interested in any other language? Charms. Kind of curious. I guess I didn't ask you. Oh, and I think Cozy's asking very specific. Be very specific. No. You gotta be more specific than that. Cozy is the person that I said that was from Ireland. Oh, Dublin. Well, there you go. 朝ごはん。
朝ごはんを食べていない。
食べて。Oh, okay. I see how that's working. 朝ごはんを食べて。
食べ
て
いない。
Alright. So a combination of いる with the action.
何を書いているの？
何を書いているの？ Okay. So, alright. So now I'm thinking, so how does no work with the, okay, I'm gonna put plus no as a reminder. So, what are you writing? I wonder what the function... It kind of feels like it's nominalizing this, but... Yeah, like writing as opposed to... Can't quite tell the difference.
いつでも来てね。
いつでも来てね。Oh my gosh, these phrases are... They make sense. I think we're just gonna have to remember them. いつでも来てね。
いつでも来てね。
How does that work? Okay, いつでも is a previous vocabulary. So it's いつ and でも. Demo is modifying いつ. So いつでも is any time, right? いつでも来てね. So 来て, that is the command, and then ね, I guess is a question. Or like a end thing, so come at any time. Come at any time. That's a little dubious. Let's see here. That makes sense why I felt like a celebrity today. I like to learn more Irish and preferably fluent in Spanish one day. Oh, Cozy has a lot to say about that. Not a top priority, but it's on the list. Okay. Carry in it. No. Well, speaking of Spanish, right? I don't know if Cozy already mentioned it, but Cozy is also very. I'm sorry for speaking for you, Cozy. Cozy has shared passion about Spanish already. So interesting. Is that like a thing in Ireland? Spanish? I'm kidding, obviously, but is it? You're from the same city, just different sides of the river? Oh. Listen, Cozy. I'm trying. That's cute that you guys are from different sides of a river.
牛乳を買ってください。
So, since you guys are from different sides of river, how does that work? Like, what do people say across the river, as opposed to across the pond? Other than the fact that Spanish once invaded Ireland, not really. Okay, you just always had an interest in the language. Ah, I see. Well, I feel like it's mutual between you and Cozy. And I also have an interest in Spanish, of course. Central American Spanish. So we can all be speaking Spanish one day. One day. It's gonna be like another year before I really dig into Spanish again, or open up the books in my forehead. My forehead's kind of big, so I need to take some time to scavenge for the Spanish knowledge. 牛乳を書いてください。牛乳。
宿題はもうやりました。
宿題はね、もうやりました。Did we not already have this? I thought I kind of already wrote this. Wrote it this. Yari. Did I not? No. To undertake. It was a different Yaru. I almost feel like there was a different Yaru. Oh, that might be from a guidebook, actually. Yarimashita. Mo yarimashita. Skudai wa mo yarimashita. I already finished. Oh, that Yaru. Fair enough.
ちゃんとやってください。
ちゃんとやってください。ちゃんと。ちゃんと。Please do it properly. That's interesting.
ちゃんとやって。
ちゃんと for properly. Okay.
早く宿題をやってください。
How did the two of us met? Just like this. Me spouting Japanese to myself, and then Cozy's like, you know what? I love Spanish. Like, tell me about it. And here we are. Not quite exactly like that, but I feel like Cozy, we started with learning language. A mutual interest language. And then hours and many hours of back and forth, ups and downs. Good days, bad days. Hopefully, more good days than bad days. Life. The Twitch experience. Indeed.
早く宿題をやってください。
早く宿題を We do the homework? Or 早く宿題を
やって
ください。Please hurry and please do the homework quickly?
早く宿題をやってください。
Oh, early. Oh, okay. Early is fine too.
紙を10枚買ってください。
I don't know about that. I spend quite some time being distracted, if you will. Wouldn't be so dedicated without the distraction. One in the same. 紙を10枚10枚書いてください。
早く来てください。
That is true. Cozy has streamed before. You tried a few streams after we met, right? As well. I think you might have tried once or twice. Wow, what is this? Osoku? No. Oh, this is the other haiku. Yeah, we have two haiku. This is... Yeah, we have two haiku. One is dealing with like the essence of speed in a way. I'm kind of curious how they're changing. Interesting. So they're separating by saying one is quickly and one is early. Okay. That's fine. So, 早く来てください. It's often, this haiku often deals with motion, like the literal motion, like a car motion, and movement. So, this still follows. Please come quickly. Out of context.
みんな待ってるよ。
みんな待ってるよ. Okay, so now how does that work? Matteru. Okay, matteru. I have so many things for this unit. Right now, this unit is gonna be wild to get. I got some homework to do on this unit. みんな待ってるの。待ってるよ。Matsu. These are very anime friendly phrases. Look at you. Look at you two. Two peas in a pod. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do when you're getting back into streaming charms? I like eating apples. I'm reading the statement. I mean, I kind of like apples too, but disclaimer, I'm reading statements.
リンゴ、
リンゴを食べるのが好きです。
食べる
食べるのが好きです。
です。
Don't worry, I'm third wheeling. It's fine.
きる
いるって
ください。
Oh, 切ってる。切ってる。Okay, so what I'm gathering is I can put do. Interesting. Oh, that's not it. Oh, I forgot quickly. Wait. Oh, that's just kite. Oh, yikes. Okay, that doesn't help me with the do part. It looks a lot like his grandfather. Oh, interesting.
彼は
彼は祖父 not 祖父に looks a lot like I don't
彼ら明るに
what the heck is that?
渡さない
Neat. Really? Niru. Okay, that's new. Well, let's add that. That's the one that I don't recognize. So
似て
似て
いる
る。
よく
よく似てる。I don't know. This is somewhat of a wild guess. That kind of makes sense. It does make sense. Interesting. Nitte. I don't remember getting nitte. Niru. I don't remember getting Niru at all. Oh, wait. Kind of. Maybe. Sorry. They're wheeling. Okay.
早く
切って
ください。
渡す
Watasu. Okay. Watasu. Is that a
渡す渡す渡す
綺麗なの？
no. Okay, okay, so it is the generative no. For the no that they're using. Okay, that's fine.
ペンがあるの？
Yeah, so then they're using aru no. So the no is the generative. There will all you want, fetus. There's an inside joke. In case you're Charms, to fill you in, there was a person that I met who was I haven't ever been called someone like young before, like much younger, and this person called me a fetus, like when we were like talking about age and whatnot. It's like, oh, yeah, you're practically a fetus, and it was like the context was that we were talking about something when we were young. So this person was one generation, if not two generations older than me, and that's where that fetus thing came from, even though I'm probably the oldest in this context. The third wheel thing? Oh yeah, but I'm talking about the conversation, you know. Third wheeling the Oh, you already cozied up in bed? Haha, you see what I did there? Okay. I don't know on my couch like it can't fill the Oh boy. Getting a little spicy with your words there. Penga aruno. Penga aruno. Okay. Okay, I kind of understand what the no is
彼
doing.
女はお金がある
That's just how Dubliners get along? I see. Too hot, too spicy.
彼女はお金がある彼女
彼女はお金があるね
彼女はお金がある
がある Okay. She
猫が
has
好き
money.
なの
猫が好きなの How does that work? Ski and then into the na and then the no? Interesting. I'm just not gonna think about it as much. We'll take it in strides. I feel like that's almost asking like, don't you like cats? You know? But it does translate to do cats.
歩くのが好きなの？
歩くのが好きなの? Alright. We're gonna add 好きなの. Oh, this list is getting huge. Of like, oh man, there's too much. 歩くのが好きなの?
先生に宿題を渡します。
先生に宿題をwhat does it mean? Okay, submit.
先生に宿題を渡します。
Oh, so this is wata, right? We have another new vote. Oh, jeez. Asu. The list keeps growing. We are never going to get to our Chinese lesson today. Milk and no sugars, thank you. Interesting. A cup of tea? Coming right up. I see. It's pretty apparent that you guys are on the same wavelength. Sensei ni shukudai no watashimasu.
渡します。
彼女に手紙を渡しました。
Cup of tea is part of Irish culture, Yoshi. Well, I'm Chinese, and a cup of tea is also part of Chinese culture. See? I'm kidding. Sorry. Excuse me. Although, since we're in the United States, a cup of joe is often referring to coffee, but I don't drink coffee. Or, I don't usually drink coffee. You want some vodka in it? Well, that's exotic.
彼女に手紙を渡しました。彼女
にね。
彼女に手紙を渡しました。手紙
を How does that work? Submit?
渡しました。彼女に手紙を渡しました。
How's this being used? I gave a letter? Really? Oh no. Okay. To hand over, to pass, to give. Okay. All right. Are you gonna give me ageru as well? Let me guess. Ageru.
父は歩くのが早い。
Okay, never mind. 父は歩くのが早い. What? Oh yeah, that can work too. Wait. Oh yeah, that can work. That's the plain form. Jameson. You hovered 4 feet off the ground once. Would it be blasphemous if I said, when I think of vodka, I think of Grey Goose? Do I have to bring French vodka into this? That sounds like it might be a taboo.
明日会社を辞めます。
明日会社を辞めます? Oh no, it's another predicate. There are so many predicates in this. Oh no. So now we got yaru and yamu. Yame. Yamu. Yamu? No. Wait. Was it yamu? Stop?
辞めます。
Quit? Yeah. Oh, this is yamu in the sense of like yamete. Written in kana. Rarely used, rarely used, that's rarely used, that's rarely used, but this one's not rarely used. Interesting. Good choice of drink, poor choice of manufacturer. Do I like whiskey? It's been a while. It's been a long time since I've drank whiskey. Whiskey is a thing in the United States. As well, if you know what I mean. No, I haven't drank whiskey in a long time. Usually we do like, I don't know. Whenever I think of like a whiskey drink, I ended up choosing the rum instead. So like, you could say whiskey and Coke, and then I think about it, and then I end up going with rum and Coke. Maybe like Crown Royal or something. Crown Royal and Coke. Otherwise, it's like gin and tonic, maybe. Why am I drawing a blank on the gin? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on the gin. It's a really common gin. I have not had any Scottish whiskey, not that I'm aware of. Let's see. 明日会社を辞めます。え？
本を買うのが好きです。
本を買うのが好きです。
タバコをやめるのは大変です。
タバコをやめるのは大変です。Please do not leave the company yet. まだ。Please do not. Okay. So.
まだ。並ぶ。
No, sorry. Let's wait. まだ会社を leave?
やめ。
So やめる right? So 得る So やめないでください。
ください。
Oh, put the 会社を and then put the まで in the middle. Yeah. I work an hour every day. 毎日。An hour. Wait. 毎日。毎日。歩くは時間。1時間いる。wait. 1。wait. 時間。Every day. An hour. 1。は。Wait. Do I need the ichi? I feel like I don't need ichi. 歩くいる。歩くいる。No, wait. いる。は。No, this works, right? Or maybe I need a ichi. 毎日1時間は歩く？ Or 歩くは This seems okay. Dang it. 毎日 Oh, it was the other way. Dang it! So they wanted... Okay. Okay, so the 1時間 is not equivalent to 歩く. Okay, fair enough. Morgan. You like buying textbooks. Okay.
教科書。
教科書。教科書。教科書
を
を
買う。
買うのが
のが。
好きなの。
なの。
好きなの教科書を買うのが好きなのねね。Okay.
毎日
1時間は歩く。Oh boy, it's after midnight and I haven't completed my Japanese lesson. Okay, it's gonna be tough. Alright, we're finally at the end of our lesson. This unit
小
is...
さな車を借りるのは安いです。
Okay, let's see if we can try to consolidate. So, 小さな車をthis is借りるのは安いです。Okay.
大きな車を借りるのは高いです。大きな
車を
借りる
のは高いです。
高いです。
毎日
1時間は歩く。I made a lot of errors today.
早く
来てください。So, how did I screw this one up?
宿題。
宿題が
宿題。作文。
作文が
宿題を。
Wait. Yeah. Wait.
作文。宿題。作文を。
Yeah.
が。
作文は
がを
作文を
書く。
書くのが so writing a essay, right, is homework.
宿題です。
Right.
書く。
レストランの入り口に並びます。
You're right. 並ぶ。レストランの入り口に並びます。
作文を書くのが宿題です。作文を書くのが宿題です。
作文のね
作文を書くのが宿題です。
書くのあ
書くのが
宿題です。
作文を書くのが宿題です。
So weird doing it that way.
コンビニの前に並ばないでください。
コンビニの前に並ばないでください。good old libation stories.
何か欲しいものはある。
何か
欲しいものはある。
Wait. Oh, 何か。何かは欲しい。欲しいや。ものある。
何か欲しいものはある。もの欲しい。何か欲しいものはある。何か欲しいものはある。
ある。Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yes. So, what kind of things do you want? Are there things you want? Or there are things you want. What kind of things do you want? What?
何か欲しいものはある。
I guess. What kind of... Is there anything you want? Oh my gosh, that's... okay.
廊下に並ばないでください。
廊下に並ばないでください。
鉛筆があるの？
鉛筆。
鉛筆があるの？
鉛筆があるの？
があるの。
Okay. So, generative. Oh, 15 minutes and a dream. Alright. Oh, that is not even close. That is not even close to what's in this unit. What the heck? Alright. So, 取る。Alright. I have been writing that in a different order for so long. Oh boy. Alright. Well, at least I know now.
取る。
Huh. I'm kind of curious if the Chinese choke order is the same.
取る。
Interesting. I wonder how I ended up writing it with the two vertical answers. Kiru. Kuru. Kuru, toru. Kuru.
来る。
取る。
What? Toru.
取る。弾く。歌う。来る。走る。
来る。
来る、
来る。
来る、読む、来る、行く、走る、取る、
取る。取る。
泳ぐ、走る、引く、取る、来る。
Wow, we're getting in our we're getting our predicate practice, that's for sure. Plain form predicate practice for once.
取る、
取る。
引く、
く、
見る、
見る。
読む、
読む。
来る、
来る。来る。来る。
通る。
通る。
取る。
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 取る
通る。取る。
Okay. 사, 사코분, 사쿠분, 사코분, no. Oh, this is. Oh no, they swatched it up. Bunsho.
文章。
文。
Okay.
文。
文。
作文。
作文。
Oh, oh no, sakubun, not sakobun.
文。
文章文
作文。
文章。
sakubun.
文。
大きい。文章。
文。
文章。
文章
文章。
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 文章
文章、
文章。
文章。
文章
あ、
文章。
文章。
sorry.
文章。
文章文章
good old Irish and Guinness talk.
通る。取る。
取る。
取る
取る。
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 取る
通る。取る。
That's it. Sakubun.
作文。
文章。
作文。
文章、
文。
作文文
文章。
文
文。文章。
パパーン。
文。
文章。
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 文章
文章、
文章。
文章。
文 章
文章
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 返す。返す。
返す
返す
返す。
返す返す
返す
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 返す。
返す
返す
Oh no, it's perfectly alright. I'm third wheeling. Third wheeling. Boon. Boon is a sentence? Oh, interesting. Yes. Yes. Boon. Yes.
靴、
文、
泳ぐ、返す、声、
文
文、
文
返す、
文、
文、
皿、取る、
取る。I'm surprised this toru didn't come up.
返す、文、鏡、
返す返す
袖、返す、走る、文、
I'm in awe right now. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
文、
文、
窓、
窓、
返す、
返す、
泳ぐ、
泳ぐ、
靴、
つ、
泳ぐ、
that didn't. Okay. 雑誌、
雑誌
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 雑誌雑誌
Am I? What do you mean? Am I still frozen?
雑誌
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 I was gonna make that comment about it's all that captain.
雑誌
It's all that captain speaking at this point. Me frozen.
雑誌
雑誌
Hopefully nothing tragic happened.
雑誌雑誌
雑誌
Oh boy. It happens. Oh, your chat was still going though? Interesting. Toru.
通る取る
取る
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 通る取る
Oh, 15 minutes is a little long.
文、
Chill. 文
文作文
作文。
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 文文章
文章。
あ You're mad.
文章。
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 文章
文章。
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 文章
文章。
文章。
文
Excuse
章
me. Okay. Okay.
返
返す。
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 返す
返す。
Here's something interesting,
Nice.
Charms. You ever wonder how Cozy is able
返す
to listen to what I'm
Nice.
saying with the no audio
返す。
indicator on her little username? What do you think? How do you feel about that? Just super hearing. Be wary. Mind reader. That's she.
雑誌。
Careful. Might blow up your brain.
雑誌。
Wait, have I written that incorrectly before? No comment.
雑誌
One more time for you? Oh. Have you ever wondered how
Zashi.
Cozy is able to hear me with the no
Zashi.
audio icon indicator on Cozy's name?
雑誌。
雑誌
雑誌。
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 雑誌
雑誌。
Yeah. Some people like to watch,
雑誌。
like just watch, or at least this is my take on it. When that icon was available, it was to indicate that
雑
you
誌。
like watching, but you won't be able to respond or anything like that. Like you don't want to respond to, like there's no audio. Oh, I'm like on a train station or in a public space and don't have like earbuds, or just want to see the feed, right? See the whatever's going on in the street, but not necessarily listen to the audio. At least that's my impression of what. I'm not sure what Cozy is indicating though.
雑誌。
You know?
文章。
文章
See. Told me to be you guys, but how do you know what he's saying then?
雑誌。 雑誌。
See. what you got? 本棚。
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 文章。
文章。小学。
小学。
小学。教室。
教室。文章。
Oh no.
文章。
Bunsho.
文章
We use telepathy terms. One day, you's all winding me up, aren't yous? Aren't yous? I don't know actually. I'm not actually quite sure. I haven't ever asked Cozy directly.
雑誌
I
文
just figure,
章
it sounds like it's fine.
文章
Bunsho.
文章 手紙
手紙 手紙 漢字
漢字雑誌授業文章
文章
雑誌、
雑誌
詩、
漢字辞書地図雑誌文章
You haven't a clue? I mean, I don't actually either.
章
文章
Bunsho. I'm using you as a scapegoat to indirectly concern myself with whether Cozy is partially deaf or partially blind, and that's why she used the icon, or sometimes maybe at one point there wasn't audio, however then at another point there wasn't visual, because like you have to swap them, right? So sometimes prefer to just listen, sometimes prefer to watch, and it goes like back and forth. From time to time I see the icons swap depending on perhaps what Cozy was doing last. That's, and then when you said like 720p, right? 720p, I feel like there are times when like I think Cozy listens as opposed to like seeing the screen. So my guess was that so Cozy's not deaf. However, I think most of the time Cozy is listening as opposed to like seeing what's on screen. So usually when people have the icon with like no eyes, they would turn the quality down to its lowest setting because they're only listening as opposed to. I figure he's messing.
文章
It was like half and half. It was half and half. What I mean by that, Cozy, is that sometimes I do that because I am working on something, so I have to like stare at a spreadsheet or something. So I would only listen, so I would like turn it down. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I would turn it down because of like resources or something if you have like a unreliable ISP or something like
文章
that. Sure. It doesn't affect the audio quality. The audio still like syncs up regardless of what the bit rate is for the visual.
文章
Bunsho.
英語
Ego.
雑誌
Zashi.
長袖
Nagasode.
漢字
Fell asleep too. Listen. Totally alright. Oh. Okay. Alright, 15 minutes are up. Alright, let's work on our mnemonics. Oh no, there's a lot to unpack here. So we're talking about classes, right? It almost feels like we didn't talk about classes. Let's look at this list. Alright. So we have a grammar point. Alright. Let's see what we can fit into a neat package here. So lots of predicates. I feel like we need to group the predicates somehow. The tori, toru, Right. So, toru. Toru. Passage. Let's place passage over here. So, buncho. So, buncho will have sakubun. They're kind of related to each other. Oops. No toru. If you fall asleep that easy, then wait for. Oh boy howdy, yes. Oh yes, boy howdy. Boy howdy. Zatshi. We'll put Zatshi over here. Reading material. Right. Boy howdy. Okay, that's reading material. So far still legacy. Oh, this is Aisu. Aisu, return. I return an object. Kaisu. We've got some pairing working up here. There's Kaku. We have Kaku Aruku again. Kaku Aruku Kau. Ne? Okay, Kariru and lend. So Kariru and Karu. Kariru, Karu, and Kasu. So return is kind of grouped up with these. So, Karu and Kariru. And then Kasu. That's pretty disappointingly written. Look at you two. So it's so cute. Oh, the kanji's cursed. It's fine. Okay. And then we return, right? So we would borrow, lend, return. That's fine. Or borrow, oh, and then lend and return, take. That's not too bad. Those four are kind of related. And then we have a lot of other activity, interestingly enough. Plus a lot of new things. So let's see. Do we have any new objects? They use Jisho. Jisho is something okay. Right. Jisho and Kyokasho. Kyokasho. Kyo. Kyokasho. um these are things, and noto. Noto is okay. Noto. Is there something else? Hon? Sure. Throwing hon. Things to work with. Hon. Thing in a classroom environment. Pen? Pen. Enpitsu. Yes. Enpitsu. Okay, so we have things to borrow, things to take, things to lend. Oh, I guess there was money, okane. You can do that, right? I see that they repeated a lot of radicals too. Okane for lending. So it's really about lending, giving, taking. And then we have activities. And then when they used hone, they also used my for Kami? We have Kami. Oh, that's not Kami. Well, that is Kami, but the left side of Kami. Was it thread? It was thread. Yes. I think this is good enough, right? Okay, so now we have some things to write. So kaku works for Kami. Let's cover these. Kaku, haruku, which is kind of overlapping with our previous unit's review. Haruku and kau. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. Haruku. Kau. So kau. We'll just check these off. Yeah, I'm just listing plain form. Now I have a laundry list of new ones. So Toru is covered. Oh, maybe not. So Toru, Miru, Iku. They're all from last one. Oh, here's one. Narabu. Which looks like this. Narabu. I guess we can just frame it in class. I mean, you can wait at a lot of places. Narabu. Narabu. And cover these two, right? Oh, wait. Yes, right. Yes. So, karu, kariru, asu. And then, what was this? Heck. Heck. Yeah, kaisu. Okay. Well, what else we got here? Oh, Niru. Niru. Oh, Niru. I don't even know. Oh, that's resemble? Ugh, that's kind of rough. So arbitrary. And we have Yaru, and Yamu. Which I wasn't very quite clear on that. So Yaru was used to give in place of like ageru. What the heck was Yamu? Yamu was to stop. That's right. To quit. Oh, maybe it's Yameru. No. Oh, that's the transitive. Wait. Could have sworn they used. Oh no, I think it's Yameru. Oh, it's Yameru. Wait, yeah, it's Yameru that they probably used. And so Yameru. Oh, that's probably why they used. Okay. Oh, not Yamu. Yameru. How does that line up with Yaru? Yeah, to give. Okay. So we can line Yaru up here because you're giving, right? So I can place Yaru up here. Stop. Yameru. Where's that going? Going anywhere? There aren't too many left. It's also this. Don't even remember what that is anymore. Do I know the context? I don't know what this character is. Hold up. Fine. Right. Oh, right. Watasu was also give. Used to give. Oh, okay. We're gonna add Watasu up here. Goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Watasu. Okay. So so for grammar. There's something about adding nu to. There's something about iru, maybe ru. So the major thing right now is a te form. A te form. And then have do or iru. And with that, there's also No. Okay. Sure. Yeah, even shiteru does that too. Even suru. Hmm. Hmm. There's also ski nano. Interesting. And there's a bunch of sonan. Oh, maybe the da is for emphasis. Des. That time. And then there's conjugation for I guess my nai. So there's conjugation for naide. We'll just write naide. 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 And it's kudasai. Not much. This is pretty tame. Right? This is pretty tame. Not as bad when you write it all. And then the shitere. Eru. I guess we'll write a side note for maybe like ski ina skinan no skinan no. And so sonan. Okay. And then there are a lot of adjectives, there are a lot of predicates reused. I think that's fine. So something about te into the ru, I'll have to look up. That's a good one. And then more no stuff. And then naide for homework today. In terms of review, right? Toru, we have a mnemonic. That's fine. So let's just write them again. So, toru. And then objects were sakubun kubun sakubun and buncho that was lopsided. So. Bunsho Zashi. Zashi is legacy, so I don't really have to. This Zashi. And up here, that's a borrowing and giving. Which those are probably group them here. Practice. Go to take, give. Yeah. Yaru. Watasu. Watasu. Right. Take, give. Then you have lend and borrow. Borrow. I forgot something. Oh, wait, no, that's fine. Yeah, so. Kariru. Kariru and karu. That's a struggle. Karu and kariru. I gotta double check this. Kariru for borrowing. Lending is kasu. And then that will lead to aisu. Aisu. And that covers all of these, right? Yep. Actually, someone raised a question about this yesterday when I was hanging out in a personal question about your diploma, Charms. When it comes to your diploma, is there a way you can self-study and pass a qualifying exam to get your diploma right away? Like, what I mean is there an option that someone already raised this question before yesterday when we were chatting? Is that something that you can do? I see. Online course? I see. Because I'm taking the United States kind of thing. Not really an online course, but more like passing for the diploma. And then going to college, right? I'm assuming the diploma is prior, right? At least in my impressions, over here you can take the exam like once in a period of time. Obviously you can't retake it within a given period of time, but you can prepare it on your own and then take the exam so you get the diploma, and then you use that to go and apply. I believe you can get your leaving cert within 3 months to it. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna quickly take a bathroom break and rehydrate and glucose. Whatnot. This is the end of our Japanese session, new vocab day. I got more homework to do in terms of grammar, which seems like it's a kind of a thing now on the Japanese side of things. So that's kind of nice. Every new unit introduces some fun little grammar thing to look after. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, chatting, right? We definitely digressed quite a bit. Had a lot of fun with talking about English and Japanese and whatnot, other things. So, for all the Japanese enthusiasts out there, thanks for watching. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. I'm gonna get up, take a little walk around, stretch, check on my time machine, clip a few bonsais, and make sure my nuclear reactor is working, and then I will be back. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Right. Yes, I'll be back.